the timeless wisdom of India, and the dynamic needs of contemporary education and research. Over the next 2 days, we will journey together through sessions that span ancient sciences, philosophy, arts, linguistics, medicine, and ecology, all guided by eminent scholars and practitioners. We express our gratitude to our founder chancellor, Dr. T.R. Parivendar, our respected pro-chancellors, vice-chancellors, registrar, and the leadership team for their constant support in making this academic gathering possible. Now, we shall spare a moment for lighting of the lamp.
Recording in progress.
Brahat is a culture engine dedicated to powering creativity, research, and design through the lens of Indian civilization consciousness. Their work spans storytelling, education, ecology, and design thinking rooted in indigenous knowledge systems, making them a valuable partner. In initiating cultural grounded academic discourse, its role is very important. We are happy to collaborate with Brihat for this faculty development program on the Indian knowledge system, as their vision closely aligns with our objective of integrating traditional wisdom with contemporary scholarship.
As the head of the Department of Languages, Culture and Society, Dr. L. Kavita Nair has been an accomplished academic and dynamic leader. Dr. L. Kavita Nair has been instrumental in nurturing an environment of interdisciplinary scholarship and cultural engagement within the department. Her dedication to promoting interdisciplinary dialogue and celebrating cultural diversity has enriched the academic and creative life of the institution. We now invite Dr. L. Kavita Nair to deliver the welcome address and set the tone for today's program. Over to ma'am, please.
A very namaste to all of you. So, respected Pro-Vice Chancellor, yes, esteemed speaker, distinguished keynote speaker, invited experts, dear colleagues, and dearest participants from across disciplines and across states too. So, once again, I would like to invite all of you into the FDP on integrating Indian knowledge systems into teaching and research. The objective being reviving roots and reimagining classrooms, which is organized by Department of Language, Culture, Society in collaboration with Brihat, our esteemed knowledge partners. At the outset, I wish to place on record our heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. T.R. Parivendar, whose vision for multidisciplinary excellence continues to inspire us. We also extend a heartfelt thanks to our dynamic leadership team, the Vice Chancellor, Pro-Vice Chancellors, Registrar, and all senior administrators for their constant encouragement, trust, and support in every endeavor of ours. We are privileged to have Brihat as our knowledge partners for this FDP. Their commitment to reviving and contextualizing Indian knowledge systems is exceptional. We are honored that the founder CEO, Sri Raghav Krishna sir, who is my teacher too, will deliver our keynote address And we deeply appreciate the efforts of Mr. Shashank Ganguly in coordinating with our team to curate an outstanding panel of speakers. We extend a special welcome to Brahat, the whole team, which is actually doing evolutionary also and a revolutionary kind of work. I'm sure what we have here today is more than just a partnership. It is the beginning of a sustained and meaningful collaboration. We are delighted to have Dr. Nitin Nagarkar, Pro Vice Chancellor, Medical, an eminent academic leader whose insights bring tradition and modernity, and who will be addressing us with the presidential address. A warm welcome to you, sir. A hearty welcome to Dr. Richa Chopra, the chief guest of the day, whose work in the Center of Excellence for Indian Knowledge Systems, IIT Kharagpur, continues to inspire educators nationwide. And our thanks also to all our learned speakers joining us for different sessions, each bringing a wealth of scholarship and practical experience that will enrich our understanding. Now, why did we go to this idea of organizing this faculty development program is, in an era which is shaped by rapid advances in AI, digitization, and automation, we are reminded that while technology offers unprecedented tools, it is the wisdom of our roots that gives them the direction and purpose. Just as AI thrives on collaboration across data sets, disciplines, contexts, Indian knowledge systems are themselves the original models of integrated wisdom, where science, philosophy, art, architecture, medicine, and ethics were never isolated domains, but interconnected expressions of knowledge. So as educators, we stand at a point in history where globalization and digitization are rapidly changing how knowledge is created, shared, and valued. So as the mantra reminds us, the journey forward is always enriched when it is rooted in the wisdom of past. So the earlier we realize the value of such collaboration, the further we can progress, not just as educators, but as shapers of the future generation. Now, this FDP is planned for all the faculty members and scholars from academia and industry across disciplines, because the heritage that we are exploring is not confined to a single subject. It's a collective inheritance, which is a foundation for reimagining our classrooms, especially for our students. So at this juncture, I would also like to mention about Dr. T.R. Parivender Multidisciplinary Research Center for Indigenous Language Studies under our department. So Dr. T.R. Parivender Center for Indigenous Language Studies is a unique initiative led by linguists and language documentation experts, enriched by collaborations with computer scientists, anthropologists, and in future with sociologists, historians, psychologists, and artists. So we know that everything is a result of collaboration, and we embrace this as our guiding principle, not only in the department, in centers, and every initiative that we take. So our aim is clear: through this center, into the global space as one of its kind of developing tools, archives, pedagogies, and that both preserve and innovate. So whether it is digitizing oral traditions, building AI-powered language tools, creating curricula that blend ancient knowledge with modern needs, our work will always be rooted in authenticity and purpose. So over the next 2 days, let us journey through Indian contributions to maths, astronomy, decode the symbolic world of art forms, explore indigenous wellness traditions, and appreciate the architectural wisdom of temples and monuments. Each session is not just a knowledge sharing exercise, it is an invitation to carry these insights into the classrooms, your research, and your mentorship. So I once again invite all of you to engage actively into this FDP for the next 2 days, ask questions, reflect deeply, and leave with ideas that you can immediately apply into your field. So let us in these 2 days reimagine how we can blend the timeless with the timely. So, timeless and timely, carrying forward our heritage while we shape the future. So, with these thoughts, I and my team welcome all of you once again, and I look forward to a deeply enriching exchange of ideas. I would like if all of us could chant this shloka from Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. So let that be a beginning to the discussions here. Asatoma sadgamaya tamasoma jyotirgamaya mrityorma amritam gamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Let these words be the principle for these two FDPs and whatever we take from this workshop on 2 days. Thank you very much for being here and look forward to a fantastic session of 2 days. Once again, with a very warm, hearty welcome. Let us begin the session. Thank you.
Thank you for your inspiring words and leadership, ma'am. Now, it is my privilege to introduce Dr. Nitin Madhusudan Nagarkar, Pro Vice Chancellor, Medical and Health Sciences, in charge at SRM Institute of Science and Technology, a distinguished alumnus of Patna Medical College and PGIMER Chandigarh. Dr. Nitin Nagarkar has made significant contributions in the fields of ENT surgery, medical education, and clinical leadership. His tenure as founder chief and director of programs in head and neck surgery at AIIMS Raipur, followed by his role as director and CEO at AIIMS Bhopal, shows his excellence in academic medicine and healthcare governance. Under his stewardship, SRM Medical College, Hospital and Research Center continues to flourish in research, teaching, and patient care. In light of his inspiring leadership and commitment to medical education and innovation, we would be honored to welcome Dr. Nitin Nagarkar to deliver the presidential address. His insights and vision will greatly inspire and enrich the proceedings. Over to Sir, please.
Thank you very much, and good morning and namaste to everybody. And thank you very much, Madam Bhargavi, for the kind words. Respected Kavita Nair, Madam, thank you very much for inviting me. Madam is the head of the Department of Languages, Culture and Society here at SRM. I'm really thankful that you organized this wonderful faculty development program, which is online, which integrates the Indian knowledge systems. We see a galaxy of speakers and specialists over here. Thank you very much to the chief guest, Dr. Chopra, Madam, as well as Madam has already mentioned about the CEO of Brihat, Mr. Raghav Krishna, sir, and apart from that, a galaxy of speakers, covering various specialities. So thank you so much, and it's my pleasure to interact with all of you over here today. I think it's really a wonderful topic that you have chosen. We really are at the cusp of time where we should be integrating the immense knowledge and wisdom that has always been there in our country. Definitely, we know that India, there's so many cradles of civilization started from our own country over here. India was known across the globe as a powerhouse of knowledge for centuries. I think all of us are aware of universities like Nalanda, Takshila, Vikramshila, and so many others. You might have also had a chance to visit the Nalanda University. It was amazing that hundreds of years ago, they could envisage a university which was a residential campus, which had all kinds of departments running over there, whether it's astronomy, physics, philosophy, medical sciences, and others. Scientists would come from different, and speakers would come from different countries and study here. Something we are actually now trying to emulate, or the world tries to emulate now as the top educational institutions. We are so lucky that this is the kind of tradition and wisdom that we have over the centuries. Yes, the times have changed and a lot of technology has come into play. But again, I'll go back to the past and the Gurukul system, where the teacher used to teach a special group of students, and then they would mature not just in their profession, but as individuals. I think this is what the mentor-mentee relationship again goes back today. So many things, pearls of wisdom which our Indian knowledge system has, whether it covers the medical science or philosophy, astronomy, maths, even the concept of zero. We all know that time the astronomers gave us brilliant ideas about the universe and how the earth and the moon and all. So I'm happy that the speakers that you have over here, stalwarts in their respective domains, would really enrich and enlighten all the gathering over here. Touching about the medical, we know the Ayurveda, which is the main foundation of not just of health or medical treatment, of well-being as such, and all the principles that they envisage then remain relevant today, and I think for generations to come it would always remain relevant. I'm an ENT surgeon, head neck surgeon, so I know that the Sushruta Samhita is an amazing treatise on surgery. If you see, thousands of years ago, he was able to describe, Sushruta has described various plastic surgical procedures. And that flap is still today known as the Indian flap. It's such a great contribution over the centuries. When I visit some foreign universities, they make a note of this and always tell me that this is still known as the Indian flap because of the contributions by Sushruta so many years ago. Similarly, for Charaka, the principles of medical treatment, which are very valid even today. So this is how we are, so lucky, so fortunate. But at the same time, India is a rapidly growing country. We know we aim to become Viksit Bharat by 2047. A lot of technology is going to be used, whether it is AI, whether it is digitization, and all that will be incorporated and integrated. I'm sure we have the strengths. India is a powerhouse in information technology as well as in health sciences and other sciences. So I think we are very fortunate. On the one hand, we have this huge tradition. We are so lucky for that, and now we have got a young generation which is forward looking. So I'm sure that the deliberations of the next 2 days would be interesting to everybody, and there'll be a lot of take-home messages, and will be able to, realize the contributions of the past, and at the same time try to see how it can be applied in today's world and how we can take it forward, and the future generations and society can benefit, and India's dominant role as an economy, as a knowledge powerhouse, which is its rightful place, we get it back. That's where we should be. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your encouraging and enlightening address.
Thank you.
So moving on. Our today's chief guest, Dr. Richa Chopra, is a distinguished scholar at the Center of Excellence for Indian Knowledge Systems, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. Her research bridges the wisdom of yoga and Vedanta with contemporary behavioral sciences, placing consciousness at the heart of her inquiry. With a focus on integrative mind and consciousness studies, she works to harmonize Eastern and Western traditions, weaving psychological insight into the study of the esoteric. Dr. Chopra is currently developing 3 pioneering theoretical frameworks on consciousness, cognition, and Nishkama Karma, examining the mental, emotional, and spiritual evolution of individuals through Indic spiritual practices and their expression in altruistic action. Her work offers valuable contributions to positive psychology, neurophenomenology, and spiritually inclined social work. She is an advocate of Yoga Vedanta first-person research methodology and explores alternate models for social work rooted in India's rich spiritual heritage. Now I invite Dr. Richa Chopra to address the gathering. So over to ma'am.
My namaskars and pranams to one and all. And I'm extremely indebted to the organizers of this FDP and to SRM University for thinking about integrating Indian knowledge systems into teaching and research. I understand that I have about 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. And I was thinking, what point should I make in this little time? We heard the beautiful shloka from Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, ending with Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. And the three Shantis stand for alleviation of suffering from the Adhyatmic, Adhi Bhautik, and Adhi Daivik. Adhyatmic here means the suffering which is caused by virtue of one's own body and own mind. Adi Daivik is external forces, and Adi Bhautik is external, anything which is external to us. When we go back to the NEP 2020, there's a very, very powerful statement there which says the ultimate goal of education should be the liberation and realization of the self. So I would be anchoring on this line of the NEP and start with another point and then go on to a short story. In Mundak Upanishad, there's a very beautiful statement by the Rishi who asks, what is that by knowing that everything is known? To understand biology, probably we need to understand chemistry. To understand something, we need to hinge on something else. Yes, that is interdisciplinarity. But the question, thousands of years by that Rishi of the Upanishad, what is that by knowing everything is known? So once upon a time, thousands of years back, there's a story of Raja Janak. It is said that he was a great administrator and he had a very deep sense of existential inquiry. This is a very important word, existential inquiry. And by virtue of his predisposition, a lot of erudite scholars, rishis, would come to his kingdom. And there used to be scriptural debates about life, about existence, about this universe, so on and so forth. One day, Raja Janak, like all of us, he goes into a state of deep sleep. Deep sleep is a state of blankness, sushupti. It's called sushupti.
Facility
And
on the campus
deep
facility
sleep.
Sure.
Am I audible? In the middle of the deep sleep, his mantri comes and wakes him up and says, there's a war, we have to go and fight the war. So Raja Janak, great king, he knows his duties, his swadharma. He gets up in the night, gets ready and goes to fight the war. Even after fighting the war with great bravery, he loses the war. And when he loses the war, he sees that his own men, women, everybody is dying, they're soiled, they're bleeding, there's despondency, and so is Raja Janak. Amidst all these vicissitudes, he feels very hungry. And somebody says, you have to walk miles to a temple to get some food. So Raja Janak, though he knows that he has been defeated, but inside he's graceful, he's accepted the defeat, and he goes walking miles and miles to the temple to get some food. He waits in the queue, and after a long time, when his turn comes, he gets the food, but the food is over. So he takes it with grace. He says, I'll go and sit under a tree and eat this food. And when he's about to eat the food, there's an eagle that is circling above his head. The eagle comes and jumps and takes the food. The food is gone. So Raja Janak, he's been extremely patient so far with all the things that have happened in just one night. But now he loses his threshold and he screams, what is this happening? Why me? And then his eyes open. He sees he's very much in his kingdom. Everything is fine. It was a dream. When we come out of dreams, all of us, an unpleasant dream, our first remark probably is, thank God, reality is fine. It was a dream, isn't it? All of us. But Raja Janak, as I said, he had a sense of deep self-inquiry. So he doesn't rest there. He's baffled. And he has a question. Was that the truth or is this the truth? Whatever I saw, Drishya, and whatever I experienced, Anubhuti, was that the truth? Or what I'm seeing now and what I'm experiencing now in the waking, is this the truth? A very valid question, isn't it? Because dreams are as real as waking until it breaks. So he's consumed by this question and nobody's able to answer. One day in that kingdom, there comes a very powerful sage, a rishi. His body is extraordinarily bent in 8 places. 8 is Ashta and bent is Vakra. And when he comes and he says, I will give this answer, everybody in Raja Janak's kingdom starts making fun of him. Because we look at people's half-bhav, body, language, skin, and we try to make sense of what that person is, isn't it? So Rishi Ashtavakra, he's composed, he's calm, he does not react to all the humiliation. And when everybody has been quietened, then he says, I think I have come to a gathering of cobblers. I thought I'm coming to Raja Janak's kingdom where there are such scriptural debates, but I think I have come to a gathering of cobblers. You're looking at my skin and trying to make sense of what am I? Raja Janak immediately understands that he is not an ordinary person. He's an enlightened sage because he himself was at that stage. He could recognize and he says, forgive me, but I want to know what is the truth. Was that the truth or is this the truth? Rishi Ashtavakra knows what Raja's question is. He doesn't need the empirical knowledge, which is dependent on the epistemic limits of the mind and the senses to know something. That is the point where I'm driving. And he says, truth is that which does not change in the 3 time zones. What was there in the past, what is there now, and what is there in the present. If that is there in all the 3 kalas, that is truth. Raja Janak says yes. So he says, whatever drishya and anubhuti you had in the war field, walking miles, the eagle taking all your food, all that, is that here right now? Raja Janak says no. He says, so that's not the truth. It should have been here now. And whatever you're seeing now and experiencing now, is this there? Was this there in your dream? He says no. So he says, even this is not the truth. Because if this was the truth, it should have been there. So he says, na wo sach na ye sach. Tum hi sach. You alone are the truth. Now it's a question to all of us. What did he mean by you? What did he mean by you? So this is the kind of existential inquiry our rishis thought about in search of that ultimate truth. Science looks for the truth through positivist, reductionist ways. But it is dependent on the epistemic limits of our jnana indriya and the mind, isn't it? A dog can see better than us, smell better than us. So what is that by knowing everything is known from Mundak Upanishad? This was the question. What is that ultimate truth? Who is that knower that knows everything? So when we talk of science, STEM or STEAM, I think it should be prefixed with an I, that is existential inquiry. Who am I? All of us. And then we do empirical science. The way to knowledge, empirical knowledge in Indian knowledge systems was not from outside in. It was inside out, from Paravidya to Aparavidya. And the way to get that knowledge was not restricted to the 5 senses. It was either the Upadesha of the Gurus or the Upapatti, rational thinking, or it was Upasana, purifying the mind and then realizing who am I. And once we know that, who am I, once we have that wisdom, we get a sense of everything of this world through intuition and of course through empirical base. When the mind is calm and pure, everything starts to make sense and reflect things as they are. Otherwise, it's a deflection of our own perception. So with this, I would like to close my inaugural remarks. And in the next 2 days, I would request all of us, in whichever discipline of Indian knowledge cosmology are we going into, whether it's temple, whether it is mathematics, whether it is what, the anchoring on that unchanging I, which is a witness to everything changing. Sa vidya ya vimuktaye. What is education? That which emancipates us, which frees us from within. And when we say interdisciplinary, it does not mean science with maths and arts. No, it means an education which encompasses our Annamaya Kosh, our vital life force, Pranamaya Kosh, our intellect, wisdom, Anandamaya Kosha, and then beyond that. What is that which is aware of all the Panchakoshas? What is that in me? I have seen my whole body changing in front of me. So that means I'm not the body. I see myself every day going through Swapna Jagrat Sushupti, dreaming, waking, dreaming, sleeping, since my childhood. So that means I'm separate from my three states. Who am I? So whether it is through Panchakosha, whether it is through Avasthatraya, everything anchors and boils down to there is an unchanging, immutable I in all of us. And that is what the Upanishads are trying to tell us our true identity. And that is why Rishi Ashtavakra was not humiliated in the real sense, because he did not identify himself with the mind-body complex. And when we are such scientists in our respective fields, we will be the best version of whatever science, empirical science we do. We will be complete, holistic, blossomed human beings. Thank you so much once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your enriching words. And ma'am's voice has that, soothing peace and tranquility. You feel like listening to her voice for hours. So thank you so much, ma'am. So moving on, the Indian knowledge system is a vast storehouse of wisdom developed over thousands of years, encompassing philosophy, science, art, literature, medicine, and sustainable living. Rooted in holistic thinking and harmony with nature, it offers timeless insights that continue to inspire modern education and innovation. By revisiting and integrating these ancient treasures, we connect our rich heritage with the needs of the present and future. We begin this enriching FDP with a keynote address by Sri Raghava Krishna, the founder and CEO of Brihat. He's an exceptional leader with 21 years of experience spanning game development, learning, entrepreneurship, and public policy. Formerly Associate Dean of Academics at the Rashtam School of Public Leadership, he now channels his expertise into bringing Indic perspectives to global challenges. A devoted student of Indian knowledge systems, he will share his vision for meaningfully integrating these traditions into our teaching and research frameworks. Now I invite Sri Raghav Krishna sir to deliver his keynote address.
Namaste.
Over to you.
Thank you. Shakespeare once said you can't put another touch of white to the snow because it's already perfect. We should have perhaps let Dr. Richa Chopra ji continue and speak for the next hour or so, because I was learning a lot. But since we have a schedule and we need to go to, very, very happy, delighted and indebted to the institution. Thank you, Professor Kavita Nair ji. Now, the three key words that we heard, at least that I registered from your address, from Honorable Pro VC Sir's address, and what Dr. Richa Chopra ji also mentioned: integrality, collaboration, harmony. Right? And these are themes that are we didn't even plan it this way. But if you look at the beauty of Indian knowledge systems, for anybody who's immersed into it, you already get a glimpse of that if you imagine or if you reflect on the three conversations that we had so far. When Kavita ji spoke about harmony and integrality of knowledge, and Pro VC Sir took us through the depth of science that we have, and Dr. Richa Chopra ji gave us the pursuit of the eternal, intransient as the goal of knowledge itself. So Indian civilization is a knowledge-centric civilization. Indian culture is a value-centric culture. And Indian society is a duty-centered society. Professor Kapil Kapoor ji says this, and both Professor Kapil Kapoor ji and Dr. Richa Chopra ji are advisors for Brihat. So I take great pride in beginning with their words. But this triad of knowledge, values, and duty, if you look at it from a civilizational perspective, if you look at the spiritual dimension, of course, there is the pursuit of the intransient and the eternal now. But as a society, as a civilization, we also have incredible knowledge systems and transmission mechanisms. When we claim to be a civilization, it means that we've addressed the three primordial fundamental questions that any society needs to. All cultures have certain norms and behaviors and rituals, and every civilization at least has one culture. But not all cultures become civilization. Right? Cultures remain cultures, but for the cultures to become civilization, something else needs to happen. We call them institutions. Think about family, you think about Guru Sishya Parampara, you think about temples. The way to understand this, and especially because the theme of this faculty development program is, I'm very, very inspired by it because it brings two of the most essential things that we need to do together. One is integrating. It is not a rejection. It is not. It is not a emotional call for revival. It is actually looking confidently at the world that is there today, understanding our roots, and being able to engage with the world on our own terms, right? Which is what the pursuit of knowledge should do. So integrating is a very powerful word, but I also am very, very happy that we've combined that with the act of reimagining classroom. Ultimately, the Indian knowledge system question can either be a curriculum question, can be a content question, can be a pedagogy question, can be a vision question. But all of those questions get resolved when it gets embodied, when the spirit gets embodied in the teacher, because it is in the classroom that this is playing out. NEP can only give a guidance. Institutions can only create mechanisms and machinations, but it is the teacher who is taking this vision as a personal evolving act, going into the classroom and reimagining the dialogue with the students, that it is actually going to have an impact, right? So civilization, when we start looking at civilization and civilizational knowledge systems, it has addressed the three fundamental questions, which is what integration is about. First question is, what is worth learning? Right? Which is what Dr. Richa Chopra ji has pointed us to. In terms of the eternal, there is already a goalpost. And then all of that breaks into Vigyan. The eternal Gyan also gets blended with the Vigyan, which is the specific knowledge. How do we learn it? What are the pedagogical methods? How do we actually learn it? And if you look at Indian knowledge systems, it gives us a very different and a very powerful way of learning, and we'll get into it. And the third is, how do we transmit it? Because civilization doesn't mean that one generation learns the truth and then the next generation has to discover it by itself. So when Gandhi, famously, he was asked what he thought about the Western civilization, and he was, of course, remarking in jest, but he had a point. He said that would be a good idea. What he meant was that Western civilization has a disruption in knowledge transmission. Religion dominated for a certain period. Then you had science dominating. Now it is a post-science, post-truth world, which is what we are looking at the cultural sphere. So in the Western psyche, there is unfortunately been a schism between the scientist and God, between religion and science, and between reason and faith. So when we are talking about integrality of Indian knowledge systems and integrating that into our curriculum today, we are bringing a much wider repertoire of knowledge itself. And it is important to understand and locate it in the historical force that has created the knowledge structures as we understand it today, to actually start integrating and reimagining. To understand this and keeping the triad of values of knowledge and duty at the core of whatever we do over the next 2 days and beyond, we need to ask ourselves, we need to actually look at where we are. We are talking about multidisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, and what is the spiritual way of approaching it today. But why is it that we are having to rediscover Indian knowledge systems? What should have been natural to us? Why is it that we are having to do faculty development programs? Why is it that after protracted journeys, both personal and collective, that we are having to revisit and know this for the first time? Sai Deepak ji, in his first book, has a very important line. He says, how do you discover the value of something, the existence of which you are not aware of? How do you discover that? So our journey is actually twofold. Our journey is to understand what exists, then apply a critical lens to see what applies and what is the value that we can get into education. But it begins with this inquiry of, why are we having to do this afresh? Why does a new education policy after 75 years of independence has to focus on our own wisdom, which is our lived truth? It is impossible to make an argument that a civilization which has, like I said, understood what is worth learning, how do you learn it, and how do you transmit it, which is how it created the institutions of family, guru, and temple as the meta institutions that transmit what is worth learning and methods of learning and across generations. If we already had this, if we always had this, why is it that we are having to rediscover this for the first time? Why are we talking to each other as if we don't know each other? And this is a question that academicians particularly have to look into deeply. And if we have to unpack this, we have to go back, we can go back at least a couple of thousand years, but 1000 AD is a good time to understand what has happened to knowledge production, what has happened by extension of that historical force to the way knowledge is structured, and why we are where we are today. For about 600 years from 1000 AD, Europe went into what they themselves call the Dark Ages, right? The glorious epoch of European civilization, the Greek, the highlight of the Western civilization, which even today they look back with a lot of fondness, is the Greek civilization, a contemporary of the ancient Indian civilization. But through historical force and what has happened as a war between religion and society, by 1000 AD, there was an extraordinary amount of warfare and violence in Europe. And for about 600 years, most of continental Europe was in Great War. Professors of history, if we have them here, would probably remember this. Now, what has happened there by the end of 15th century, 16th century is a natural revolt of the human spirit and human mind. What they call enlightenment was the natural reaction of a human spirit that was subdued for a long time. Right? So enlightenment for them is a seminal period where the old orders were broken down. Because the old order gave them war. The old order was a power struggle between the state and the church. So they went into a real focused understanding of the materiality of the world. And they said that we don't need either state or religion to explain the world as it is, because we are now able to understand the laws of the universe. And this resulted in a 200 period, 200, 300 period of extraordinarily scientifically powerful flourishing. You had the most important discoveries from Newton to Kepler to Einstein to Niels Bohr. If you look at what physics was in those 200 years, and if you start imagining yourself what would have been the Western psyche if you were part of that society then, you start thinking that you have now arrived at the end of the truth, because you can now figure out what the nature is. Nature has certain laws. We are able to measure that. We have the technology as well. We have the telescope. Now, for about 200 years, this rapid advances in science gave them a belief that pursuit of science is the way humanity has to be ordered. And we must respect it, because it actually has given rise to great amount of technology and understanding of the world that we rely on even today. But unfortunately for them, it has also led to a certain kind of lopsided inquiry into the totality of what it means to be a human. Because science became so powerful, particularly natural science, physics and chemistry and mathematics became so powerful, education and the universities that got set up then naturally got funded for science inquiry. So knowledge got distributed into science and other fields of human activity. So you had departments of physics, departments of chemistry, departments of biology and mathematics extraordinarily funded, which also meant that the moral and the cultural aspiration of all other fields of study also became this. That is why you have the idea of social studies as social science today. That is why you have the study of politics as political science today. This is in popular terms called physics envy. All other disciplines, all other streams of knowledge wanted to actually stand up and be counted as a science. And by science, we mean the principles of science, which is generalizability, replicability, measurement, falsifiability, all of the theories that we understand as good standard science. They started being applied to other forms of knowledge. This also meant that the department structures that evolved out of that were siloed areas of study. We are having to do transdisciplinary and multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies today because knowledge itself got distributed into silos and departments. It is through these departments that knowledge is being pursued. Now, unfortunately for us, at the turn of our independence movement and when we became independent, we imported the extant structures. And this is what happens to a colonized nation. You lose your ways of knowing, you lose your ways of being, and you lose your ways of making sense and interacting with the world. One of the most inspiring thinkers at the turn of independence, K.C. Bhattacharya ji, for those of you who look at historical studies. He had written a seminal essay at the time of independence. It's called Swaraj in Ideas. What we're talking about today as NEP or IKS is basically Swaraj in Ideas. And he advocates for one faculty to be developed in the Indian mind. He says we need to develop what he called the critical reserve. Critical reserve is the ability to look at the ideas that the world is presenting to you and accept or reject them on your terms. So this is not a reactionary take. It is not a call to say we must reject everything from the West. It is not something that harks back emotionally to a time that was and says we need to bring it back as it is. A true spirit of Indian knowledge systems is a multidiscipline mind that has the capacity to look at ideas, presentations, using the faculty of critical reserve and know what is to be accepted and what is to be rejected. So this challenge that we have, because we have imported a broken or a distributed knowledge system into a culture that is integral. If you go back to Indian knowledge systems, you look at mathematics in Leelavati, it is taught as poetry. Today we are talking about multidisciplinary knowledge systems, but the greatest text in mathematics, Leelavati, was a father who said, I want to teach mathematics to my daughter in an interesting way. And all of mathematics, differential equations, all of those things were taught as puzzles presented as poetry. Now, what is more multidisciplinary than that today? Professor Manjul Bhargava, who is a field award winner and who's also key figure in NCF and NEP, he talks about how the inspiration and the intuitive understanding of solving the puzzle that he did, which gave him the Field Marshal Award, was actually through his experience of Carnatic music. What happens in Carnatic music or what happens in any of the Indian classical music? There are certain patterns and you need to innovate within that pattern. And the whole genius of an artist is how many times he can come back to the base within that meter, within that. And this is coming to us from the Indian knowledge system, central element, the Vedanga that we call Chandas. All of Vedas knowledge has this element of understanding the universal pattern and mimicking it. What we call Vrita, which is then implemented into our personal, into our educative, into our political, into our social lives. So this is the Indian mind, which Dr. Richa Chopra ji had mentioned that the Indian mind asks the greatest learning question. When faced with a complex array of choices, whether it is in knowledge or in life as an expression of your internal aspiration, the Indian mind always looks at the binding principle. That's why this civilization asked the greatest question, what is that by learning which everything else can be learned? And this means that we want to understand the patterns. The Indian knowledge system fundamentally has to be conceptualized.
Excuse me, sir. Yeah, you are on mute.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. So I was making the point that Indian knowledge system has to be characterized and understood not just as content, not just as curriculum, not just as pedagogy, but a fundamental consciousness which understands the underlying patterns of things. And patterns and pattern seeking and pattern finding is today the greatest strategic skill that you can have in the age of AI and technology. All of AI, what is it trying to do? It is trying to understand the patterns of your mind, which result in the choices that you make in your life. So the richest explanation of that will be the best algorithm that is there for AI to consume. Pattern seeking and pattern finding, for those of you who have ever been to a Vedic school, for example, and we hear about this in pedagogy today, about heart, hand, and mind. But if you ever go and observe a Gurukula and how knowledge is taught, you will see a guru sitting with the Sishya, and the Sishya, he has his hand on the head of the Sishya, and he is rotating that in a certain motion. And the Sishya is speaking. There is a certain kind of intonation in which they are uttering the mantras, and there is a gesture with the hand, a certain meter. So this is basically the pedagogy of understanding the pattern through an activation of your cranial activity, through an understanding of the rhythm through bodily action, and through the focus, what we call antakarana shuddhi, manasa, vacha, karmana. The word, the thought, and the deed are always together in Indian knowledge systems. This is how it began with the yajna. What was yajna? Yajna was me offering something to the fire while I'm uttering something. So my word, my action, and my thought are completely in consonance. And it is from the symbolism of yajna that you get the Indian classical dances. When you look at Indian classical dances, whether it is Bharatanatyam, Odissi, Kathak, it is actually coming from the spirit and from the action of yajna, where once again the song or the utterance, the body movement, and the thought are once again in consonance. So Indian knowledge system is the method or the consciousness through which this purification and unition of thought, word, and deed happens. And when you have that in a classroom, when you have that as a philosophy, then you will get the outcome that we're talking about as Savidya Vimukti. So this is the method. But what are the challenges and how do we understand this as a pedagogy beyond the historical force? So one line of sight that we need to have when we talk about Indian knowledge systems and why we are having to discover this afresh is the historical force, where one civilization which had a certain historical experience, fortunately or unfortunately, became dominant for about 300, 400 years. We were dominated by them. And therefore, when we became independent, we also imposed on ourselves the way they have structured their education, which was suiting their historical experience, which was not ours. Because, like Dr. Richa Chopra ji said, we don't have the difference between para and apara. We don't have the difference between gyan and vigyan. It's integral. We look at both the spiritual and what is needed in this world together. We make everything spiritualized. That was the way Indian knowledge system flourished. So this is one historical force that we need to understand when you think about integrating Indian knowledge system. You're trying to look beyond the structures that you have. You're trying to look beyond the assembly of subjects as you practice them today. That's one. The second and more important, even more important than the historical force, is the fundamental act of learning itself. How does learning happen? How do we actually develop and produce knowledge? Now, if you look at this difference between epistemes, what is the IKS epistemology and what is the Western dominant epistemology today? And because of the historical accident that they had, where religion and knowledge were separated, they had gone into a mold where two fundamental ways of knowing were discarded. Now, if you think back and look at how knowledge is produced, and there's a very good book, I'm actually just finishing that book for those who are interested. It's called The Unified Theory of Knowledge by Greg Enriquez. And he's talking about, and West has been trying to do this for a long time, where after siloing knowledge into departments and subjects, they're now trying to look at consilience as a unification of knowledge. And he talks about how there are three ways of knowing, which is very, very close to Indian knowledge systems. The first way of knowing is what we experience within us, the truth of our experience. All of our greatest emotions in life, whether it is love, whether it is parenthood, whether it is anxiety, whether it is envy, whether it is anger, the primordial emotions that we know as truth, as the voice in our head that we cannot escape from, is a first person subjective experience, which is what Dr. Richa Chopra ji also mentioned when she said, the way of Indian knowledge systems is to actually blend that and to make that the base. Unfortunately, in the Western civilization, because of a certain historical accident and their tryst with religion, they said we cannot accept this because that means authority. Because the Guru Sishya Parampara was not there. So therefore, there's a lot of cynicism around any first person accounts. Now, the second way of knowing, the second way of actually constructing any knowledge is when you and I engage in a story. We are all going through this collective experience. There are things that you would agree with. There are things that you don't agree with. There are things that I'm experiencing that I register. And together, when we have a dialogue, we create the truth about this experience that we call this FDP. Now, this is intersubjective experience. The first person subjective experience is what happens within us. And the second way of knowing, intersubjective, is what happens with us, what happens amidst us, what happens through us. And this, if you look at the Indian knowledge system arguably had the truth content already in Vedas. Why did it then evolve Upanishads? Why did it not stop with Upanishads? Why did it give you Itihasa Purana? Why did it then give you Darshanas? Why did it then give you Samhitas? So this constant focus on knowledge and making sure that knowledge reaches every single person, because the true purpose of knowledge is liberation, and true liberation is only when everyone is liberated. Sarva Mukti is one of the primary principles that we have, right? So this way of knowing is the Itihasa Purana method. So there are three principles that you get from the Indian knowledge systems of how knowledge has to be transmitted. The first is the principle method, which is, you can call it the Prabhu Samhita or the Shastra method, which is communicating knowledge through principles. You look at all of our sutras, you have just a very great example of brevity. Just in 2 lines, they can tell you all the truth. Yoga Sutra begins with that. And you don't need, actually, all the knowledge is there in the Yoga Sutra that it begins with, right? Then they realize that not all of us understand conceptually. Not all of us understand brevity. Not all of us understand something in principles. We need experience. We need some kind of familiarity. We need intimacy. So they gave you what they call the Mitra Samhita. The second intersubjective way of knowing that you find the greatest example of as Itihasa Purana in the Indian civilization. If you look at Itihasa Purana, they embody all of our conundrums. You study Mahabharata, and that is why it is said that what is there in Mahabharata is to be found everywhere else, and what is not there in Mahabharata is not to be found anywhere else. It simply means, it's not a claim of exhaustiveness. It simply means that all of human fundamental predicaments, which come from our Shedripus, which come from our fundamental constitution of who we are as Ahankara, as Buddhi, as Manas and Chitta. If you look at any darshana, what makes us human, the predicaments that we have when we engage with ourselves and with the world, they are given to us as parables, as stories in Itihasa Purana, and our moral conundrums are resolved through these archetypes. So this is called the Mitra Samhita. The intersubjective way of learning, which has been taken to its highest in the Indian philosophy and Indian pedagogy, is called the Mitra Samhita. And this is the best way to integrate Indian knowledge systems into current contemporary education. Now, we might not remember all the concept that we're talking about, but we'll never forget the story that Dr. Richa Chopra ji has given us, right? That will stay with us. And this is now proven even through pedagogical research that story-based teaching is something that stays with children forever, right? So the second way of learning has been integrated into the Indian knowledge system, which is the Mitra Samhita, teaching like a friend. Because when you identify with Arjuna, then the question becomes personal, because we all go through that conundrum. We all go through self-doubt. We all have our moments of anxiety. And when we study Gita, we are actually studying ourselves, right? So that is the second way. But look at the empathy of our rishis and look at the commitment to knowledge, that they did not even stop there. They gave you the principle, they gave you the story, but they said not all of us learn even from the story. Some of us are stubborn, and we are so much in love with ourselves that we obstruct our own learning. So they said there is a third way of learning in the intersubjective way from subjective. And that is what we call the Kanta Samhita, which is what performative art is. One of the best ways of integrating Indian knowledge systems, and a way that will surely resonate with current generation, is through performative acts. Look at the absolute abundance of treasures that our civilization has given us. 64 art forms. Every single thing is a pedagogy. And this is not something that is coming only from Shastra, from somebody sitting up there. You cannot have a civilizational knowledge system of 64 arts unless you engaged every single person who was performing that art. Garland making, jewelry making, cobbler, all of these things are part of our knowledge traditions. So these 64 art forms is one of the greatest ways to integrate Indian knowledge systems. So you can look at either a principle-based learning. Some of the computer science students might like the principle-based learning. Some of the sociological, anthropological, historical that Professor Kavita Nair ji mentioned, how we want to look at a blend of linguistics, history, sociology, and all of the cultural anthropological elements. Mitra Samhita, the Itihasa Purana, becomes a great corpus for you. And the third way, which is the Kanta Samhita, which is like teaching like a beloved, teaching like how you would want to be identified. This is the expression of the aesthetic need that we have. And if you can tap into that aesthetic, if you can tap into that aesthetic expression, then the innate need that all of us have, and particularly our students have, becomes accessible to us as Indian knowledge systems. This is a very, very powerful technique that I've seen being implemented in different universities now, and also right from schools. We work with schools and school education and integrating IKS into schools. Storytelling and performative art are two powerful principles through which we can do this. Right? So that's one. Now we have to also deal with the result and the impact of this encounter with the Western civilization. We all are. I'm speaking in English. We all have that dual journey of first uncovering and then learning the value of what we have. Right, and it's a personal, deeply personal journey as well. And when you are on this journey, we are faced with a meta transition that's happening in the Indian society to the Indian mind today. And a lot of this is now compounded by technology. A lot of this is compounded by the geocultural production that happens. And as teachers, we need to truly understand what this phenomenon means. And it's important to locate why we are having this challenge in interacting with our students. And if you understand this, basically the idea of knowledge production itself as a way of communicating what is of value is reliant on you and I having a shared movement of oneness. This is the Indian theory of communication itself, Natya Shastra. And when we talk about the Indian corpus or Bharatiya Vangmaya, the first text on poetics, Natya Shastra, the first text on psychology, Yoga Sutra, the first text on linguistics, Astadhyayi or Panini's work, all of these are available to us. But we have a challenge today because the communication process has been broken down because of a historical accident again. And this is at the root of the challenge that we have because we are now in what we call an attention economy, where what has been commoditized is our attention itself. Now, to understand this challenge, you need to understand and unpack the modes of communication. Communication as a discipline has evolved in the backdrop of First World War and Second World War, just as public policy has. It is through war that West has perfected what they think is the art of communication. It has evolved in two distinct streams. Professor Kapil Kumar Bhattacharya ji has a very important book on this. It's called The Cultural Communication or Communication Between Cultures. And he traces the American method, which is called the process method. In the West, and as communication evolved, the idea was that the speaker should be able to manipulate the receiver. If I have a certain idea, I need to convince you by act of manipulation so that I can get what I want from you. And imagine this is absolutely what is needed in a warlike situation. When a discipline emerges from that cultural context, it privileges this act of manipulation. Similarly, in the European school, it is called the semiotic school. Now, the semiotic school of communication emerged as a study of power equations. In a communication, who has power and how does power arbitrate the meaning making between the speaker and receiver? Right? Now, Indian knowledge system, the very fundamental act of communication, which is what integrating IKS into our curriculum means. Our philosophy of communication is oneness. It is not to manipulate the listener. It is not to look at the power equation and make power the arbiter of truth. It is that when I'm speaking, I have a certain emotion and I should be able to evoke the same emotion in you. If you and I share the same rasa when I'm speaking and when you're listening, then we become one in this process of communication. This is why the idea of sahridayata, how I can evoke the emotion in you or the receptivity in you to actually be able to understand. How do I become the conduit of a truth, not just imposing my value, but as a carrier of eternal wisdom? And this process is called sadharanikaran. So the method of communication in Indian knowledge system is oneness. And this is at risk today because at a meta level, we are transitioning as a society from an experiential culture to an explanatory one. This is important for teachers to understand because this is the challenge when you're dealing with the class. Now, when we were young, if somebody told us, go someplace either to do some seva or let's say go to a temple and, do rounds 3 times and take prasada and leave, we wouldn't question why 3 times. We wouldn't question why right to left. But if you were to take the child today, because of the investment that the entire world has made into the analytical dimension, into the explanatory dimension, we will have to answer the logical questions that come up. Why should I do it 3 times? Why right to left? Why not left to right? This is the challenge when an experiential culture is trying to interact with a explanatory geotechnological force. We are having to somehow give it a scientific flair and say that 3 times is necessary, and find some neurobiological explanation for that potentially. Or, you take this has tulsi, it is good for you. All of those are true. But the mind is, the more you give these answers, sometimes the mind is only fertile in terms of creating new questions. So there has to be a different way where sadharanikaran happens, right? And this is a challenge that we cannot ignore. You have to be both morally strong and experientially strong, but you also need to be intellectually aware to show them that the question itself is coming from a certain paradigm. This is a great challenge that Indian teachers have, that if you don't answer that question intellectually, then you will not have legitimacy. If you are not able to invoke a sense of ethicality and morality into the teaching, your education is not doing its dharma. But to do that, you need to engage and overcome this cynicism, this kind of challenge, and this kind of luxury questioning that is part of culture today. And we must be respectful. Denying that or ignoring it is not the answer. If you want to integrate Indian knowledge systems, it is a culture of oneness that needs to be brought into the classroom. So, how do we reimagine our classroom as theaters of oneness? How do we become the conduit to carry and transmit the eternal while being aware that you're talking to an explanatory tradition today? Not by ignoring it, not by invoking emotional appeals, not by rejecting questioning, not by reducing it to just a content or a subject or one element, but by fundamentally becoming an embodiment of the purification that Indian knowledge system is supposed to do, which is why it is Acharya, because it is Acharana, which is, there is no difference between knowledge and behavior in the Indian context. If you look at philosophy, is the love of wisdom. You can have all the love of wisdom, but still not follow that wisdom in your life. If you're a great philosopher, the West will still respect you because you're bringing that knowledge. But in the Indian context, it becomes personal because you are an Acharya and you can potentially be a guru, a dispeller of darkness. But it begins with Acharya, which means that knowledge cannot be asymptomatic. Knowledge is behavior in the Indian context. So the classroom reimagination has to be a full understanding of the complexity, but there is one dimension which is compounding this even more. And I heard Professor Kavita Nairji mention that, and I will give my perspective because I was involved in game development for long years, and I understand the power of the sophistication of design, art, technology, product management when it is combined with a global business model sense. Today, your students and most of us also, we are on social media. Right now, social media, if you look at it, for those of us who are on any of these social media channels, when you swipe, there is no end to that swipe. This is called, it's a design choice. It's a very conscious design choice to not have a bottom to the scroll, right? And the app relentlessly gives you more and more data that is curated for you, which means that it is actually stoking your ahankara. It is making you feel that the world is customizable for you. This is the schizophrenia that we are seeing, which is now having extraordinarily negative consequences at a societal level. We are not able to engage with each other as people because the human to human connection is messy. It's chaotic. You are in your world of desires. I'm in world of desires. I need to create a space, a common space for us to engage. Whereas my digital space is something that is curated for me, and relentlessly it is able to give me the satisfaction that I need. And it is not innocuous design. I've been part of this industry. There is deep psychological research that goes into this, and we all understand the neurobiological phenomenon to this. It's a dopamine triggering thing. Dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, all the fundamental chemicals that produce joy in us are now commercialized. And now think about the powerful force where you're taking all this data, having fun, but none of us is paying. We are not paying for Instagram. We are not paying for Facebook. We are not paying for Twitter. So if you are not paying and it requires such sophisticated technology, research, and design, which cost billions of dollars every day to run, what is the business model? Who is the product here? You are the product. I am the product. Your students are the product. And by extension, and this is proven, Jonathan Haidt has a very important book that I would urge all teachers to read, especially because you're looking at the intersection of language, psychology, and technology. The book is called The Anxious Generation by Jonathan Haidt. And he has shown with data, and it has also been accepted as policy today, which is very good. There are counties in US, UK, and Australia which have banned mobile phones up until age of 15 in classrooms. 15 is where they're able to get to. But this bottomless scroll, it becomes a neurological reflex. We are all B.F. Skinner's mice experiment, candidates. There is something that gets triggered. We post it, it gets liked, it triggers a dopamine, and we are just there till the next thrill. So when you're teaching, when you're interacting with students in your classroom today, you are talking to rapidly diminishing attention spans. You are talking to students who are outsourcing the locus of their self-agency to technology. And it is very critical. And I'm so delighted that this institution is looking at multidisciplinary research, combining sociology, anthropology, psychology, technology, and language. This is fundamentally critical to have our own worldview. Why should we have Indian knowledge systems? Not just because it is ours, not just because it has a spiritual dimension, but the world really needs it today. The crisis that we're seeing is not different crisis. It might be war, it might be poverty, it might be immigration, it might be loneliness. All of this goes back to one fundamental crisis of meaning. And the crisis of meaning cannot be fixed by technology. There are no technological solutions to problems of meaning. Problems of meaning have to address what is foundationally human. As a human, you have a spiritual aspiration, you have an emotional aspiration, you have a physical aspiration, you have an aesthetic aspiration, you have a social aspiration, you have an interpersonal aspiration. Education is something that is supposed to make a well-rounded individual by giving all of this knowledge, right? So we have a challenge when we are reimagining classrooms, that we need to reimagine the psychography of the students that we are. And we have to be able to tell them what their world is. We have to be able to tell them what happens through a yogic terminology, through an Ayurvedic terminology, or whatever construct of Indian knowledge system you're comfortable with. What happens to your chitta when you start, looking at this? And we have to sensitize them to the fundamental tension that we have in globalization. I heard globalization as well. What is globalization? S.N. Balagangadhara ji, and very, very important thinker for all of us to study. And he has a seminal observation about the process of globalization. Globalization is not just the movement of labor and capital. It is not just people and capital moving across borders. Globalization is fundamentally export of methods of conflict. Our conflicts also are not today ours, because the cultural values are changed. When the cultural values change from multi-life, for example, all of Indian knowledge system is simultaneously Vedic, Buddhist, Jaina, Sikh tradition, folk, tribal. You look at the city spaces, the cosmopolitan knowledge system, the village knowledge system, and the tribal knowledge system. Ayurveda did not come from city. Ayurveda came from forest. So this kind of accusations that we have sometimes about Indian knowledge systems not being inclusive is extraordinarily malified, because Indian knowledge system has all of the folk wisdom embedded in it. Indian knowledge system has all of the tribal knowledge embedded in it. And we should engage. I know many universities now where all of the departments are now engaging with the agricultural practices of the indigenous tribes in their localities. That would be true flourishing of Indian knowledge. So when you have this, we need to understand that we are engaging with a world that has lost the integrality of knowledge, that has lost the two ways of knowing, the subjective and the intersubjective. They only have the objective way of knowing, and that have lost the fundamental faculties that make us human, which is your attention, focus, memory, and will. If you look at the Indian knowledge system, the genius of the Indian knowledge system and why we produce such extraordinary beings, and we continue to, is because Indian knowledge system gives you the greatest flourishing of the fundamental faculties that you have. Your ability to put your chitta towards one focus, which is called ekagra. From vikshipta, you go to ekagra. And when you study, whether it is a science, whether it is banking, whether it is technology, the instrument that you have is your mind, energy, body, and you bring that into the object of study, then you become one with the subject. That is the spirit of Indian knowledge systems. So, how do we reimagine all of these things in our classrooms today? And how do you understand globalization when it is exporting methods of conflict through two ways? One, the powerful act of mimicry. Memes is something that we all are aware of as cultural trend today. Memes is exactly like genes. You pass on your genetic code, but mimetic code is very, very important. And René Girard, a very important thinker, a French philosopher, he has a very important observation about desire. All of our desires are mimicked or learned by mimicry. Now reflect on how you started your hairstyle, how you started dressing, how you started speaking. It is by observing somebody that you liked. So most of our desire is mimicked. For most part of the world history, it was sustainable because the mimicry was happening within a certain physical space, within 25 kilometers of radius or 100 kilometers at best. I was mimicking people that were close to me. So therefore, my desires were not running amok. But today, the desire production and desire transmission is done digitally into the palm of your hand. I swipe, I look at some new design, new dress, or a new food or whatever, and I want to have that right then. Your raga and dvesha is triggered, and you are already beholden to that. Which means that desire formation is happening through digital technology today. And the second force that globalization brings, which compounds this even more, not only is it producing so many desires, it is also giving you the illusion that you can fulfill that because there is free debt, right? And there is free debt and there is only one life. This is the cultural landscape in which teaching is happening. If you only have one life, why should you not maximize it by completely consuming all of it that is available? And if you can incur debt in that, you can. Whereas the Indian idea is telling you your world is not one life, it's multiple life. You have what is the idea called rina. You have pancharina. You're not born into rights into one life to maximize. You're born into pancharina where you have a debt to your teachers, to your rishis, to your parents, to all the humanity, and to five elements of nature. So this is a foundationally different worldview that we have to be able to inform our students. And the challenge with reimagining is you have to reimagine their mind by locating yourself in the spaces that they are in. So this is the challenge that is there ahead of us. Integrating Indian knowledge systems. Indian knowledge systems has great content, great pedagogy, great corpus. It also has all three methods of learning. We need to imagine that in our structures today, there is no bigger or more powerful instrument than a teacher who's inspired to do this. You can get the textbook, you can get we'll all build the common resources, which is what we do at Brihat as well. We can do all of this, we can integrate into curriculum, we can offer courses, but fundamentally it is an empowered teacher who takes this worldview as a personal passion project, which will then trigger the imagination in the classroom. Thank you for that. Very, very happy once again to imagine that this will be the start of this dialogue with this esteemed institution. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir. We are grateful for such valuable insights, and it was so informative. I think with each and every point that you made, we learned something new. So thank you so much. So now we would encourage our participants that if they have any question, we will open the forum for question and answer. So if they have, they can post it in the chat box, or else we'll ask each and every participant who has any question, we will unmute them and they can ask sir directly. So yes. So sir, maybe I can start asking this question. So
Sure.
we're talking about the pedagogies, like how storytelling and performing acts can be very powerful. You being in the field of game development and how we see our students are obsessed with game. So how can we integrate Indian knowledge system into games? Because I'm aware of some of the games using Indian mythological characters, and also some research has been done in the same field. But still, how can it make more interesting for students and promote IKS more?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's a question that I get asked often. So the two aspects to it, right? One dimension is a business dimension where we are taking Indian mythology and lore and Indian story and history into a format called gaming, right? And through that, our children will get more connected to our culture. And it's a very powerful concept. We should not discourage it. We need to understand that knowledge production today is not just vertical, which means it's not going just from institution to student. It is horizontal and compounded. It is multimodal, multisensorial. So therefore, all the spaces that a student inhabits are sources of either learning or unlearning that is happening. So that's one way where academicians, historians, and people who understand Indian knowledge systems can partner with creative product development makers. Part of what we do as well. We provide what we call cultural research support for anybody who wants to make an Indian cultural experience. Some of it could be museums where you want to have interactive experiences. Some of it could be games. Some of it could be episodic content. So I think there is an opportunity, firstly, for teachers not just think of education of what happens within a university, but how do you actually have research projects that can collaborate with product developers, with artists, people who are producing for mass consumption. That's one. Second, which is more directly relevant to how we bring it into education itself. For that, I would urge all teachers, regardless of discipline, to actually get a little bit into design. Design not as a visual design or that is one aspect of it, but the principles of design. Before we understand, gaming is nothing but a series of choices, right? You're making a choice as a player, and the game is responding to you. But what is happening through this is the foundational psychological motivations of self-directed learning or self-directed theory. For those of you who come from psychology, basically the game is becoming a conduit for me to express my agency. Why are young people so enamored and so engaged with gaming? Because there is an effort to reward design there. I am challenged to do something, and when I'm doing something, I'm getting validation. And through a process, a series of effort, action, reward, validation loop, I go through a journey. And over a period of time, I build a community and I build a reputation myself through the game. And once I build a reputation, for those of you who've studied Robert Cialdini's work on influence, commitment comes from actually taking a position and having a social cost if you go against that. So when I'm part of a gaming community, my skill is getting recognized and I have to turn up and do it again. This is how games create a business through continuous lifecycle engagement. Now, if you understand this principle of effort, reward, validation, how do you then deploy that in learning, right? In your classrooms. How do you make sure that the challenge that you give is elastic to each student? Because if you give the same challenge to everyone, then some people might be highly skilled, some people might be not so skilled. For the not so skilled, it feels intimidating. If the challenge is below my skill level, it feels not challenging. The great pursuit of any good game design, which is also learning, is how to always band effort and reward together. What is it that I'm invoking in you, challenging in you to learn, and where are you in relation to that pursuit? So if you are able to understand this design, the way you teach, the way you actually express, the way you customize it to students, set up different tasks, can be very, very greatly improved. So there's a deeper exploration that can be done. But suffice to say, the process goes through an understanding of design.
Thank you so much, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So this is Pooja, a research scholar from SRM. First of all, thank you so much for this wonderful session, sir. It was a very interesting session on various books and IKs and other things. Thank you so much for an interesting morning. I have two questions. First is, how did you shift from game development to Indian knowledge systems? That was really intriguing for me. And the second one would be, you spoke of Jonathan Haidt's the anxious generation. Yes, sir. So how do you think, what are the challenges that you think the educators would face while using IKS in the classroom. So thank you so much.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so the first question, I think the simple answer is that I became a father, and then it forced me to think about the world that we will leave for our children a lot more directly. But I've always had this social and civilizational consciousness, and I've always been, sincere, at least in my attempt to pursue when a question arises. So I moved out because I realized that while the job was super fun and highly enriching both materially and creatively, it did not contribute to the social challenges that we were facing or we were going to face back in 2012 when I started looking at this. So I got into public policy because I wanted the India story to be true for me and for the rest of us. And like all of us, we have our moments of recognition that, okay, somehow there's a difference between what we think of ourselves and what the world thinks of us. And you get into the rabbit hole of, why does that happen? You get into public policy, you get into history. And through the journey, I landed in Indian knowledge systems because I realized the challenge is not so much with history or public policy or any other one discipline. It is with the definition of life itself, which comes to us, we can say, call it darshana. And it is in Indian knowledge systems that I found my intellectual and moral anchor. And from once you're there, then creating something out of it, we set up a school of public leadership, then set up Brihat, what we're doing as cultural storytelling, IKS education, and leadership. So that's been the journey. It's for me, what I've exchanged is actually far, far richer. So the bargain, I don't look at this as a sacrifice or anything. It actually is in my favor. The world has been very kind, and it's been good. Second, in terms of how do we understand attention spans and how do we bring it into classrooms, right? There's no easy answer to this. At least the journey begins with understanding what technology does to neurology, what technology does to the inherent abilities of people to develop a meaningful social connection. Unless you're able to do that, our education is going to struggle because, and I mean, this is now vindicated, right? US childlessness has increased by 20%. South Korea, one of the greatest success stories of economic success in the last 3 decades. And for all of you who are looking at interdisciplinary studies and sociology, this is a critical subject. South Korea is poised to go extinct in the next 40 years, simply because they are not getting married and not having children. And particularly the female birth ratio has plummeted. It is now, for the age group of 0 to 40, there are no girls of that age group being born and raised for marriages to happen. So you have an extraordinarily successful material economic success story, which is now going to kill itself, right? So this is at least understanding that this is the cultural context in which you are operating, and it's the same across the world. Even in India now, for the first time, we've gone below the replenishment rate of 2.1. So we are actually going to see a plateau and a decline in our population. So some of the fundamental problems that we think are our problems today are themselves going to change in the next 30 years. So this macro perspective is very, very important for you to understand what's happening to the child today. They are drawing their values from a global cultural production, which is telling them that you only live once and you need to maximize this by consuming material pursuits. That is the mindset that they're already coming in. That's why this education, IKS education, is critical, not because it is ours, but because it is telling you you're not just a material being full of desires. You also have a spiritual being. You also have a social being. And it is telling you the deeper truths of yourself, and it has to go down to school. There is only so much that higher education can fix because that's topsoil. You need to nourish the roots as well. So we need to, as educators, have this macro picture and look at the connection right from school to higher education and then to economy. How are we plugging this into economy so that we have a full design for Purushartha as a principle? Because the Indian knowledge system or Indian culture does not negate anything human. Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. Dharma is the compass, the lens through which you pursue what is naturally, anyways, you're going to pursue. Your pursuit of wealth and well being, and your pursuit of your erotic, aesthetic, and creative bliss, Artha and Kama, are not negated, but they are bookended and balanced by Dharma, which means sustainable, and Moksha, which is that you're not just this, you also have a spiritual dimension. This understanding has to be bought in, and then we need to understand how mind is shaped by culture and technology and how this idea can also be inspired. I know it's not a specific answer, but there are no specific answers, Pooja, to this, unfortunately.
Yes, sir, I understand. Thank you so much, sir.
Sir, we
Good
have a
morning, sir.
question. Yes, you can please go ahead with the question and then we will read the one in the chat box. Please ask.
Yes. Good morning, sir.
morning.
It was a very great session. Particularly, I like the notion that you said knowledge should not be symptomatic, but knowledge should be the behavior.
Yeah.
Particularly, I like that notion. And the question to you is about the dietary practices in the context of Indian knowledge system. How do dietary practices and choices influence the body and mind? As because that is a very basic thing, capacity to acquiring knowledge and retaining it. So how do you see that, sir, in the context of Indian knowledge?
Yeah, wonderful question. And it's an important question because the minute we say Indian knowledge systems, there is a tendency that our minds conjure all esoteric things, right? And we've been exoticized so much that we self-exoticize ourselves, saying that it is all the otherworldly thing. Indian knowledge systems is extraordinarily practical. It is the most practical on a daily basis, second to second basis. And nothing is more representative of this than Ayurveda. In Ayurveda, swasthya, the idea of definition of health as protection, not just as disease management, but as well-being, which includes Atma. It includes your Indriyas and Atma. For those who are interested in this, look up the definition of swasthya in Ayurveda, how Ayurveda defines well-being itself. And it begins with what we call dietary choices. And dietary, Ram Suresh, is not just about what you eat. It also goes deeper into how the nature itself is, of how the production is happening, how that is being cooked, how it is being served, what is the emotion through which you are taking it, are you getting an element of gratitude, is there contentment? So diet is seen as this entire culture. Anna is an institution in India. That is why Anna was sacralized. Annamaya Kosha is not just anything else. The whole Taittiriya Upanishad philosophy, it begins with Annamaya Kosha because we are what we eat. But it is not just the content. It is also how it is produced, the cultural backdrop of that. Is there too much of violence in the production against nature? Is there good intent? Are the supply chains clean? All of it. So it is an ecosystem approach to diet that the Indian knowledge system takes. And for those who are interested in this, we should look at habitats which are still relatively there and available in India, and look at how health and food are related, but in the context of a certain habitat where there is natural linkages to nature, where the folk knowledge is in full flow. When the grain is harvested, you have a folk song that prays to the god, the local god, and that is carried as Anna. Then it is prepared, offered maybe to a local deity or to a temple, then it is redistributed. So there's a whole sacralization process that is happening to everything in nature. And that is the big issue because we've conflated this with religion. And because of the Europe's historical experience with religion, we are saying that anything religious is not knowledge. We've also superimposed. But dharma is not religion. Dharma is the sustainable practice embedded in the eternal law that sustains all of us. Of course, it has a dimension in this nature. And like Radhakrishnan said, religion is the magic of metaphysics for the multitude. It is the genius of this civilization that it took the great concept of papa, punya, karma, punarjanma and made it available into our masala box in everyday home. The greatest philosophical exploration is actually in the Indian kitchen. If you look at how intricately connected to nature it is, if you have your grandmothers at home, they'll quickly tell you this month is Shravan. Shravan, you don't do this because this is the mating season for fish. This is the mating season for the entire fauna. So then there is a greater scope for both one disease and reducing the kind of supply that you need in future if you overdo the supply. That's why the idea of Vrata in Shravana, so that you put a voluntary curb on your desire so that it can sustain for a longer time. So it's not pure morality. It is extraordinary sense of balance. So diet has to be looked at in the larger cultural context.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And one more question that we have highly influenced by the Western diet and students are eating whatever they want. So how do you think that it is?
Yeah, so that is
how do you
dangerous. I
think
mean,
that,
this is once again, when I say attention spans and the kind of issues that we are having, not just the food for thought, the actual food also in quality. And so basically everything in Indian thought is Rita. there is a rhythm to things, right? When you get that rhythm into your daily life, it's called dinacharya. When you understand and map it to seasons, it's called ritucharya. So diet in the Indian, this one was according to the time of the day, because it is your circadian rhythm and your biological clock, and you're supposed to have a certain thing. And Ayurveda has very extraordinary and deep recommendations to this. So this idea of eat anything that you can have, and now once again, technology and culture makes it easy for you to order in 10 minutes. Your midnight cravings, you get a Swiggy notification at 12 o'clock in the night. Do you want to order? All of this is anti-culture. All of this is commercialization of human health, right? So this is and the response to this can only come from academia. It cannot come from business, because business is already monetizing it, which is why it's very important for educators to understand knowledge systems and how certain knowledge systems have dharma embedded in it, and to bring that into society's conscience.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There is one question in the chat box.
Sure.
So our participant is asking if we can blend Indian knowledge system with modern research methods and methodology effectively.
Yeah.
So, sir, can you please answer it?
No, it is absolutely yes. And the best example that I will give you, look at the research happening in Ayurveda. It's an organization that was formerly Apollo Ayurveda, but today it's a different organization, independent organization. It's Apollo Ayurveda now. They are looking at integrating the Ayurvedic way of profiling with the modern Western method of patient examination, patient care as well. So it is not just essential, but this is the creative synthesis that we need to do, right? So first person research, that's close to what you would call phenomenology in research method, right? Itihasa Purana method is closer to constructivist method of actually arriving at truth. Folk studies, cultural anthropological studies. So there is a great deal of variety that we can do. For example, languages and how idioms are formed and how languages influence worldview. All of that research needs Western method, but to be applied from an Indian drishti. The issue is when you superimpose that without the foundation of the vision. So we need to first develop the vision, which we call in Brihat, we say that it is Dharma Drishti. How do you develop the drishti to look at everything through the lens of Dharma? If you start asking this, and Dharma is simultaneously the inherent nature and property of a thing, it is the karma or what is the duty of that thing, it is also the law, it is also the balance, it is also the socio-economic interaction of the thing. So Dharma, as Kapil Kapoorji says, is a one-word unwritten constitution for over 5,000 years in India. Because Dharma, when you apply to yourself, it becomes Swadharma. When you apply to universe, it becomes Samanya Dharma. When you apply to context, it becomes Vishesha Dharma. When you apply to your Kula, it becomes Kula Dharma. So this understanding of multidimensionality is very critical in the Indian mind. That's how it is able to see large patterns. So that is how you should look at research methodology. There are other tools like Tantra Yukti, but foundationally, the vision of Dharma has to inform. Then you can combine it with any method.
Thank you, sir. Sir, those who are interested for research in Indian knowledge system and for the information of our participants, may I ask you for any digital archive should be helpful for us? Because if you go to internet, we get confused because there are so many translation and many of us might not have that knowledge of Sanskrit. So
there is now great tools available for this. Great tools. I would recommend all of you to look up Project Dhara, but by IIT Hyderabad. Professor Mohan Raghavanji is solving this problem, exactly this problem with us. At Brihat also, we have something called the Brihat Open Library, where we have digitized texts available to you. Anybody who wants can also research that. I'll share the link with you later, and maybe that can be circulated. But Dhara is a LLM, an indigenous LLM based on Indian texts. And you don't need to understand full Sanskrit. If you query it, it will give you the Sanskrit references. You will also end up learning a little bit of Sanskrit as part of the process, but it will ease your inquiry. And we need more and more Indian researchers to use it so that we also understand the use cases and refine it further. In fact, at some point, if there is interest, I'll have Professor Mohan Raghavanji give a session on the tool. Sometime, if there are enough researchers who are interested, as part of our continuous engagement, we can do that. So look at IIT Hyderabad's Project Dhara.
Thank you so much, sir. We want this discussion to go on, but then we have a schedule to follow. But really, sir, we are really grateful to you. And your session on this Indian knowledge system, I think it did absolute justice to our topic, and it perfectly captured the essence of the theme of our FDP. It was insightful as well as thought-provoking. So thank you so much, sir. Thank
Thank
you
you
for
so much. Very,
sharing your
very delighted.
knowledge.
My best wishes to all of you. Have a great learning journey over the next 2 days and beyond. Thank you once again to everyone in the institution. Thank you.
So, Lagna, we can have a photo, everybody. We can just switch
Yes.
on.
So I request all the participants to switch on their camera so that we can take a picture with Mr. Raghava Krishna. So please switch on your camera so that we can take a picture with sir. Yes, we are done. So now we will take a short break and we will rejoin at 11:30 to continue with the next session. So I request all the participants to be back at 11:30. We are also going to share the feedback link in the chat box. I want each and every participant to have a look, and I request everybody to fill that feedback form. It's already been posted. You can check and please fill it. Thank you so much. So we meet again at 11:30.
I welcome back everyone after the break. Today, our next speaker, Dr. A. Srinivasa Sarma, is a distinguished scholar and practitioner in the field of Jyotisha. He holds a PhD from the prestigious National Sanskrit University and has dedicated his career to bridging ancient wisdom with contemporary relevance. Dr. Sarma has contributed as an IKS course developer at the SKF Foundation and continues to share his expertise through various platforms. He is also the founder of the Atlanta Mihir Astrology Center, nurturing authentic astrological knowledge and guiding speakers on their spiritual paths. Today, he will take us on a fascinating journey into India's remarkable contributions to mathematics and astronomy. Sir, I kindly request you to take over and deliver your talk. Thanks.
Namaste everyone. Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes.
So, thank you everyone for calling me for this a great seminar under IKS and SRM. So, I feel it's a very great opportunity to me. Coming from a traditional and Shastrik family, being presented here and giving a lecture in front of great doctorates and other distinguished scholars. I feel it's a really a privileged thing. So thank you for inviting me. So let's start this with a good Mangala Shloka. So our Indian knowledge, Bharatiya Parampara, there is a system where we have to give our pranams to our deities and our gurus before starting any knowledge exchange, because it is the gift which they have given to us. It's not our own knowledge or not our own intelligence. So these are all their bhikshas to us. So I just start this session with a good Mangalacharana. Harihi Om. गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णुः गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परं ब्रह्म तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। जयति जगतः प्रसूतिर्विश्वात्मा सहजभूषणं नभसः धृतकनकसदृशदशशतमयूखमालार्चितः सविता अचिन्त्याव्यक्तरूपाय निर्गुणाय गुणात्मने समस्तजगदाधारमूर्तये ब्रह्मणे नमः. Namaste. So let me share my PPT. So in the first session, the topic given to me is Charting the Cosmos, Indian Contribution to Mathematics and Astronomy. So it's a great start, as everything is manifested and will be manifesting in the cosmos only. So we are starting this session by the subject of cosmos. So what are the contribution that Indian seers or great scientists who delivered or lectured or given their knowledge on this cosmos? Let us try to understand. So in mathematics and astronomy per side. So before entering to this subject, our Bharatiya Gnana or Indian knowledge, where there is no difference from astronomy and mathematics. Our seers or our rishis, their mathematics is part and parcel of astronomy itself. So there is no Ganita Shastra differently read from our in our ancient practices. So all were learned that Jyotisha means not predictive science. So we often get confused that Jyotisha means something which is predictive science or predictive knowledge. So Jyotisha means knowing the sky. Jyoti means light. So knowing the light science is nothing but Jyotisha. So astronomy, astrology, and everything comes under Jyotisha Shastra. And even mathematics is also the one of the part of astronomy. So our ancient people, rishis and seers learnt Jyotisha Shastra completely, where astronomy and mathematics, predictive science, and everything is there in that part. So, what exactly the cosmoscience or the universe in the sight of our rishis or in our Indian knowledge? So, as everyone know, universe means the universe encompasses all the space and time along with their contents, such as energy in variation forms, electromagnetic radiation, and matter, including celestial bodies like planets, stars, and galaxies. So, this is the definition which we are getting learned. But what ancient perspective is very nearer and which is very exactly there. Our ancient seers described the universe as universe, unity, versatility, emphasizing unity in diversity, akin to petals forming a flower. So, in petals, we can find versatility, but a unity. So, that is what meant by universe. So, there is an Upanishad called Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, tells a story of Yagnavalkya, Saint Yagnavalkya, emphasizing the quest for knowledge and the unity in diversity concept. So Yagnavalkya and his wife, the discussion between Yagnavalkya and his wife, there we can understand the great phase of universe. So how it is diversely unity, however expressed in Upanishad. So we'll just go directly to the cosmological view. So the concept of periodically expanding and contracting universe aligns with both ancient Indian mythology and modern cosmology. So that we all know. So the word Jagat is nothing but universe. We usually use Jagat word. So what Jagat means? Jayate gachati iti Jagat. So which will manifest and which will go off is nothing but Jagat. So that is nothing but expanding and contracting. So that is what there in Big Bang theory also. Correlation with the idea of universe expanding from a dense and hot state as explained in the Vedas symbolically. That is nothing but Jagat exactly means. So let us understand what are the other uh, uh, definitions given. Responsibility for the emergence of universe was revealed by many sages differently. Sage Kapila. So Kapila is a sage. So we think that he is a Rishi, but he is a Sakshat. He is a direct incarnation of Lord Vishnu actually. So there is a concept called Kapila concept. From that Kapila concept, all mathematical things were emerged. So that we are going to learn in this session. So Sage Kapila, founder of Sankhya system of philosophy, has declared unmanifested Prakriti, means primordial matter, to be the material cause of the universe. And there are another many sages like Kannada, founder of Vaiseshika, and other. They had derived the cosmological view separately. So according to some, time is the cause root of this universe. So and time is the major thing, which is the uh, main cause root of this universe. So how time makes the main cause, let us understand. So here I'm quoting a shloka from Bhagavad Gita. Very famously, we know this shloka also. Kalosmi lokakshaya krut pravruttho lokan samahartu miha pravruttaha. So Lord Krishna, Bhagavan is saying, of all things, now stand this into myself. It is decreed that all this shall not exist and it comes to pass in spite of. So I am the generator, I am the destructor, and I am the time. So he is saying that I am the time. So here I am means not Krishna or not a particular deity. Here I am means the supreme power, whoever we treat him. So he can be a Krishna, he can be Rama, or he can be Mother Goddess or anyone. So the higher principle is the time. So that is why time is the main reason of this cosmology. So our ancient seers derived time and they differentiated different types of times and they used in different manner. So Kala Shastra or time science are also called as cosmogenesis. So time science means cosmogenesis. In Sanskrita, it is called as Kala Shastra. So the repetition process of evolution and destruction of this universe is witnessed by none other than the time, which we call as Kala Purusha. Therefore, time is an individual unit without a beginning or end. So there will be no beginning and no end for time. So we emerge in between the time and we will get destroyed in between the time. And again, it will be continued continuously, creation and destruction. But there will be no starting and end. So we think that there is a starting and ending time, but the actual time, there is no starting and there is no end also. The time, which is indeed individual and immeasurable, is divided and measured for practical purposes to mark the events. So to marking an event, we will measure a time. That is what here they are saying. So Indian astronomy and astrophysics books like Surya Siddhanta, Siddhanta Shiromani, Arya Bhattiyam, and many more explains this cosmogenesis very vastly for understanding the countable time. But there is no actual countable time in this universe. So again, here Surya Siddhanta, a great Indian Siddhanta book, which is directly delivered by the Lord Sun, the Amsha of Lord Sun. Here he is saying that Lokanam antakrit kalaha kalonyah kalanatmakaha sadvidha sthula sukshmatvat murtascha amrta uchyate. So time is divided into two types. Antakrit kalaha kalanatmakala. So antakrit kala means the time which presents before the creation and even after the destruction, which we have said recently. So there is no actual parameters for this antakrit kala. But there is another time which we call as kalanatma kala, which is countable kala. There, the time is counted from very micro time to the very largest time scale. So from 3.25 millionth part of a second to 8.64 billion years. That is what our ancient seers calculated the Kalanatma Kala, means the countable Kala. Again, this Kala, they divided this Kala into two types, such as Thula and Sukshma, which is also called as Murta and Amurta. The time which can be experienced is Thula Kala. So now we are saying that this session is started.
Excuse me, sir. I think you are on mute. Can you please unmute yourself? Just for the last few seconds, you were muted.
Okay.
Yes,
think
sir. Now you are.
now it's
Yes,
fine.
sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Now screen has shared. Screen is sharing, right? My screen is sharing,
Yes,
right?
yes, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We can see the screen. Thank you.
Right. So again, this Kala then divided into two types, Sthula and Sukshma. So Sthula means experienced time. So what is this experience at time means? Now we are saying that this session is started at 11 o'clock, 11:30, and it will be commenced by 1 o'clock. So this span of 1.5 hour time is which we can experience. So that is called sthula or experience time. And there are many sthula kalas, different types of sthula kalas, which we can experience. So there is another time reckoning that is called as sukshma, which we can't experience. So micro, macro seconds, we say. So we can't experience every bit of micro or every bit of macroseconds. So that is called as unexperienced time. We can't experience the time of an ant or a small living being. So in that living being, there will be birth, death, and job, family, children, and everything will be held in very minute time, and the death will be occurred within 1 or 2 hours. There are some species. So for them, that is experienced time. But for us, it is very sukshma kala, which we cannot experience individually or every bit by bit. That is sthula kala for that living being. But this is for us, that is sukshma kala. So time for every individual, for every living being, for every planet, for every entity, for every different stages, it will differ. So that is what is experienced in this kalanatmaka kala, which expressed in this kalanatmaka kala. So here I just uh, showing you some sukshma kalas. So here they are saying that Truti, a time scale which is called as Truti means 1 by 3.24th millionth part of a second. So our seers given this time scale also. Suchya bhinne padmapatre trutiritya vidhiyate means, so the time which takes to pin a small needle into a leaf petal. So how much time it takes, it is called as truti. So here the time which takes to pierce a lotus leaf by a needle is called a truti. So from that time onwards, they calculated and they came to the Sthula Kala. So 1 Truti is 1 by 3.24, and 60 Truti makes 1 Renu, 60 Renu makes 1 Lava, 60 Lava to 1 Likshana, 60 Likshana to 1 Prana. So here we say Prana gone, a Prana gone from his body and he left the body. So we say this word. So prana means the the time taken for inhalation and exhalation is nothing but one prana time, prana kala. So it will take for around 4 seconds. So if we leave our prana, or if our body doesn't take this prana in this 4 seconds, our body will that it has left. So we left our body. So that is what prana means. So again, we came to the sthula kala, which is called as gross time or countable time. So in this countable time, from prana onwards, they have calculated this countable time. So prana, vinadi, nadi, and 1 day, dina. So in this manner, they are calculated pranadihi katito murti. Shadvi pranir vinadisyas. They are in Siddhanta Siromani. Many Siddhanta books, they have explained this thula kala. So let us pass on this kala subject. So they then finally given 9 types of time reckonings to calculate the time. So from Brahmamana to Nakshatramana. Brahma, Divya, Pitru, Prajapati, Guru, Saura, Savana, Chandra, and Nakshatra. So 9 types of reckonings were used to be where they were used in their mundane life. So regularly our ancient seers used to do, and now also we have practice of doing puja. So in that we will say some sankalpa. In sankalpa we are saying that some time reckonings. So we are in this masa, we are in this baksha, and we are in this ayana, and we are in this samvatsara, in this particular moon phase and this particular nakshatra day. So these are several types of time reckonings where we will use in our mundane life. So how to calculate them? So how to manifest them and how to connect them? So these sort of many calculations were there in our ancient Siddhanta books. So slowly they have measured from prana to the dina means day, paksha means 15 days, month, 6 month span, 1 year span, and so on. So they even calculated above the year span also, which they call as yuga pramana. So who often do pujas, they know this Adya Brahmana Dvitiya Pararde. In that sloka, we use Kali Yuga. So everyone knows that we are in Kali Yuga. So how this Kali Yuga manifested? From where onwards Kali Yuga came? So those calculations were we dealt in this Siddhantic books. So one Kali Yuga means 4,32,000 human years. So in that manner, each yuga will be calculated. So 2 times of Kali Yuga is nothing but Dwapar Yuga. 3 times of Kali Yuga is Treta Yuga. And 4 times of Kali Yuga is nothing but Kruta Yuga, which is also called as Satya Yuga. So Satya Yuga has 17 lakhs 28,000 human years. And the whole Kruta, Treta, Dwapara, Kali Yuga combinedly we say as Mahayuga. So that is a completion of Mahayuga. Even they then forwarded calculating the more higher time reckonings also. So they calculated Manvantara systems. So 71 Mahayugas make a Manvantara. So we have 14 Manvantaras totally. So in that we are now in 7th Manvantara. So in that 7th Manvantara, we are in 28th Mahayuga. In that 28th Mahayuga, we are in one Kali Yuga, and in Kali Yuga, 5,000 years were passed. So these type of time reckoning, they used to be calculated perfectly. So again, after Manvantara, they went to the Kalpa time reckoning. So one Kalpa is nothing but 1,000 Mahayugas. So one kalpa is a time where Brahma means the four-faced Brahma. For him, it is a day time. And again, he will get another kalpa time for him for his night. So two kalpas makes a complete day for a Brahma. And such days, 360 days makes a Brahma Samvatsara, means Brahma year. And such 100 years, Brahma years, makes a complete Brahma Manam. So after this Brahma Manam, this Brahma will become, he will leave his post and a new Brahma will come there and he starts creating and destroying. So from the Sukshma Kala, from the Prana to the Brahmamana, our ancient seers calculated this cosmogenesis from the time reckoning. So that is what here explained in this slide. So while understanding this Kala, means this time science, there are many magnificent insights and numerical things in this Kala Shastra cosmogenesis. So here repeatedly we can see some number which is 432. 432. So here before I said 432 into 4, 432, 4,32,000 into 4, 4,32,000 into 3, into 2, into 1 makes 43,32,000 of Mahayuga. And this number we will we will often see regularly for this calculation. So what exactly this number means? So what is the great insights in the of this number? Let us try to understand. A seer called Parashara, father of Vyasa. So we know Vyasa, who is the person who divided Vedas into 4. So he is called as Jagat Guru Vyasa. So we often celebrate Vyasa Purnima as Guru Purnami in Ashada Purnami. So the father of Vyasa, called as Parashara, given a system called Vimshottari Mahadasha in Jyotisha Shastra, where he calculated the longevity, complete longevity of a human into 120 years. So a perfect person can live up until 120 years. So he calculated from the planetary dashas, and means from the planetary transits and planetary movement, he calculated this complete human longevity. So he connected this longevity to the yuga system. So here 120 years means 43,000 for 4,32,100 years, 4,3200 years. Solar days. So 120 years, here again we can see this number 43200. So relation between the human lifespan and the yuga time scale, which we previously saw, the yuga system. So here we can relate them. Even at the precision of equinox and zodiac ages. So precision of equinox, so our precision will be for every 72 years, there will be a change of precision of 1 degree. We all know as science students. So by the precision of equinox also, if this precision continues for 2 signs, means 2 rashis, again the precision time for 2 rashis is nothing but 432 number. It will again manifest. So here the precision of equinox to the yuga system, to the human life, human life longevity, there is a great connection within this 432 number. Even the expansion or the creation process also underlined in this 432 number. So that is also explained in our Vedas. There is a Veda Rig in Veda stanza Chatvari Shrunga Trayo Asya Pada. So there are many explanations dealt in this sloka, in this mantra also. So the 4 levels of expansion in 3 worlds. So that is also explained very vastly in our Veda. So the expansion or the creation went into 4 forms, under 4 forms, which is called as Para Pashyanti Madhyama Vaikari. So what we are seeing the world with our naked eyes is nothing but the 4th stage. So 3 stages are hidden within the 4th stage. That is very highly discussed in our ancient books. So that is what explained vastly in our Vedas. Even now also we can find some musical theory that 432 hertz is said to be mathematically consistent with the universe. So the perfect pitch or the swara which a man can happily listen with his ears happily and can meditate is nothing but 432 hertz. So there is a vast connection, and there are many more connections between this cosmos and in our mundane life within the number 432. So here mathematics also very much dealt within this cosmogenesis. That is what we have to understand. So coming through this, we have many other time scales. After Brahma also we say that there is a time scale called Paramatma Kala or Vishnu Kala, Shiva Kala. So one breath of Sri Mahavishnu or Sri Maheshwara is nothing but lifespan of Mahabrahma or Pichadrimukha Brahma. So these are several types of time scales, time reckoning, which our ancient seers dealt and designed for us. So now let's come on to the aspect of or the subject called Jyotisha, astronomy or astrophysics or astrology, a key to open Vedic wisdom. So why we have to learn Jyotisha, mathematics, astronomy, and other things to open the Vedic wisdom only, not to just know the knowledge, any knowledge which our ancients or our Bharatiya Gnana Parampara given is nothing but to know the wisdom, to enjoy the happiness within the wisdom, and finally to perform our duty and to be happy and make around us happy. So here astrology or Jyotisha Shastra is called as Vedanga. So we know that there are 4 Vedas. And so there are some Vedangas, 6 Vedangas, where these Vedangas are the keys to open the Veda knowledge, wisdom of Veda. So they have given 6 keys to open the wisdom. So in fact, one of the important and major key is Jyotisha, astrology or astronomy, whatever we can say. So Jyotisha Shastra is one of the major key to open this Vedic wisdom. And it is called as light science. Jyotisha means light. So the science which enlighten us and the light which take us to the higher wisdom is nothing but the Jyotisha Shastra. So in this Jyotisha Shastra, there are many other subjects or sub shastras within it. So one of them is mathematics, which is called as Ganita Shastra. And there is another part is called Gola Shastra, and where algebra and other parts of mathematics will be included in that part. Trigonometry, algebra, and everything will become under this Ganita Shastra or the Gola Shastra. And there are another totally 6 limbs, and mainly Ganita and Gola will also come under this Jyotisha Shastra. So these are the subjects or the Shastras which helps to open the higher wisdom or the Vedic wisdom, not to calculate our just income or to calculate our loans or to calculate some mundane needs. These sciences or these shastras were given to open our mind, to open and to enlighten our Vedic wisdom. So that is why they are given this shastras. So we taken this Ganita Shastra from Jyotisha Shastra separately, and we are using this Ganita Shastra for our mundane life, for all our needs. But the higher purpose of this Shastra is to get the wisdom, actual wisdom, which is given by our Indian ancient seers. So, there are many hidden astronomical insights in our Puranas, Itihasas, and in our Vedas and Upanishads also. So, we just listen or we just read our Puranas or stories as a mythology or as a story. But there will be many astronomical insights hidden in that stories manner. So, for example, Ramayana. So, we all know the story of Ramayana. So, Ramayana previously, our saints said that Ramayana is a continuously happened in this universe. So, why they said that? Because Ramayana is nothing but a year circle, a year cycle. So every year Ramayana cycle will be manifest periodically. How? Means let me explain a small story, symbolical story within the Ramayana. So Rama comes to destroy Ravana from heaven. Sita comes from Bhumi, Ayonija, Bhumija. She comes from the earth. Within the earth. So here, Valmiki, the writer of Valmiki, wants to tell us that Rama comes from heaven means every year Rama comes means every year due to the heat produced from the earth, clouds will form and cloud within the clouds, from the clouds, rain will manifest and will come down. Means the clouds will be in the color of Neela Mekha Shyama, Neela Mekha, blue color. So the Rama's skin tone is blue color. So he comes from heaven means rain will come from the heaven means from the sky. Of before the rain, the land will be very dry, which is very tough to uh, which will be very tough to chedana, means which is very tough to cut it for agriculture process. After the rainfall, the land will be very wet and it will be very easy for agriculture process. So that is what explained as Ahalya Shapa Vimochana. Ahalya Halanam. Ahalya means the land which is very dry, and Halanam means which is ready for agriculture. So before the rain fall, there will be a thing happened in Ramayana story. Before the marriage, Rama destroys the Shiva Dhanur Shiva Dhanur is nothing but Indra Dhanu. So he will destroy the Indra Dhanus. So before the rainfall, there will be a 7-colored Indra Dhanus, and after that rain will fall. So these are the symbolic astronomical and astrological things in the Ramayana. So after the rain, we can easily do the agriculture process and we can get all the plants and all the harvest. So after the harvesting, again the land will be dried and all the water within the land will again go to the sky as summer comes. Which means Rama went to the Swarga and Sita went to the land, under the land. And there will be only two things which are called as Dargara, Kushas and Lavas, means dried leaves and dried plants. So that is called Kushalavas in Sanskrit. So there are many astronomical things hidden in this Itihasas, Puranas. So we say that we know Dakshayagna Kada. So there are many astronomical changes happens regularly in sky, and they said that it is they thought that it is very difficult to know, and they created a story and they expressed and they written those stories, which we think that they are just stories, but there are many astronomical insights within the Puranas and Itihasas. So in that manner, there are many other insights, astronomical insights. So there are many pioneers of mathematics and Jyotisha Shastra or Jyotisha Shastra. So among them, Aryabhatta, Bhaskaracharya and Bhaskaracharya 1, and there is another person called Bhaskaracharya 2 and Varahamira. So they are the great pioneers of mathematics and astronomy, Indian Sankhya Shastra or the number. Kapila Muni, a great saint called Kapila Muni, is the generator or the Mukhya Mula, main person who brings number knowledge, Sankhya Shastra to us. So Kapila Muni is called as a Deva, Bhagavan, understanding the creation through numbers. So Kapila Muni given this Sankhya Shastra, number knowledge, to understand the creation, not for just for our mundane purpose, useful use. He has given this number system to understand the creation, which is called as Sankhya Shastra or Sankhya Shastra. So the Deva or the saint called Kapila works in the embryo to produce the required number of organs in the body. So there is a entity or there is a space for Kapila's system in our brain where it will insist us through the number. For example, the number of bones in the vertebral column, the number of ribs, and the number of legs, eyes, ears, and so on, etc. After the construction of the embryo is complete, Kapila goes into the center in the vertebral column and he makes his abode in it. So, due to the Kapila consciousness, we will manifest according to the nature. So, we say that we know that a human will be manifest from a human. A dog or a cat will not manifest from a human because there is a Kapila consciousness in the human and there is a separate Kapila consciousness in animal system also. Due to that, the same manufacturing thing will be happened. So that is what explained in our Sankhya Shastra. So the Kapila Muni or Kapila consciousness do that work. So as a result, the human beings work with numbers. This is the philosophy of numbers according to the ancient Indian scriptures. There are many stories revealing to us the secrets of this Deva called Kapila. He is described as one of the incarnation of Lord Vishnu. He is misplaced by the historians as a teacher of knowledge, confusing him with the well-known teacher of the past. Many Orientalists from the Occident made such blunders till now about the Bharatiya teaching. So even our Bharatiya teaching also, in our Bharatiya teaching also, we treat some consciousness as like a human being or like a saints, but they are higher conscience, they are the higher devas who do their jobs within us or in the nature. So this is the Kapila consciousness which creates the number knowledge within us. How? Let us see. So in our scriptures, they say that numbers exist in nature as the creative intelligences. So they are the creative intelligences. Numbers are among the properties of space and time. So these are the translation of our mantras. So numbers are among the properties of space and time. They exist in space and germinate in space. So because they exist in space, due to that all the creation will happen. So in a solar system, there should be some planets, and this solar system, the sun should have its own orbit. It will transit within an orbit. So how much time it takes to travel in this orbit? So how planets should travel around the sun within its orbit? How much time it should take? So how many satellites or how many subplanets like moon and others should be for a planet, and how much time it should take within to rotate to complete its circle around the planet. So these are everything is a calculated thing. It is not just manifested simply. If it just manifests, the creation cannot be very happily went in this continuous process. So everything is calculated in this creation. So this calculation, how it happened? Because there is a number consciousness previously. So after everything will be destroyed, and again this calculation will be again germinates, and again the creation will be manifest. So this is because there is some number consciousness in this creation. So the numbers are the higher principles. Numbers are higher intelligences working in nature. As they are working in nature, as we are the nature's properties or nature's beings, we also have this number intelligence in our brain also, which is called as Kapila consciousness. For that, I have given here an example. So let us treat, let us imagine that there are two small children. So person, if he gives, they don't know 1, 2, 3, 4, what are the numbers means also. But if we give many chocolates to one person and only 2 or 3 some less chocolates to another person, another child, the child will automatically cries because he has some intelligence, number consciousness within his brain. Though he don't know the number system or how to express that number, but he has some number consciousness in his brain. Because he is having that number consciousness, he will cry and he will react according to it. So he may not say that I have only 2 chocolates or I have only 2 sweets, but he can understand that I have only 2 chocolates or 2 sweets because he has that number consciousness. Due to that number consciousness only, we all will manifest. So that is what here previously I said. So a human can create another human. He can't create another species. An elephant can create another elephant which has very huge ears, a trunk, and 4 legs. So here 1 trunk, 2 ears, fold X. These are the number intelligences acting in the humans or the other species, which again produce the next generating species also. So this is the number consciousness which revealed by our ancient seeds. So we have to understand the philosophy within the number, not just mathematics, which is used for our mundane life. In this manner, they even explained many astronomical things also. So in our slokas, in our mundane rituals also, we use a number called 108. 108. We called as a we do some practices, rituals, japas, homas with this number. So we will do some nama mantras, Ashtottara Shatanamavali. So Ashtottara means 108. So regularly our ancient seers tried to do any practice with the number 108. Why? Because, so as we are visualizing this, so the distance between earth to moon, so and the distance between earth to sun, and the dimensions of earth, moon and the sun is repeatedly with this number. So 108 moons make the complete earth dimension, and 108 earths make a sun dimension. So repetition of 108 consistently, continuously, we can manifest some power within us, so that the mantra or any ritual will be highly improvised on us. So there are many such type of number uh, number practices in, in our ancient practices. Unlock with this astronomical things also. So this is an astronomical thing within the number consciousness. So in this manner, there are many such type of mathematical and astronomical things hidden in our ancient books and knowledge. So now let us come on to the other topic called as threefolded wisdom hidden in this cosmos. So our Vedas, Upanishads, Shastras say that the whole universe manifested into four formats, four layers. But we are visualizing the fourth layer only. So what exactly it means and what exactly they want to tell us. So in many suktas and Vedas, we generally recite Tripado Urdhva Purushaha Pado Seha Bhavat Punaha. So in Purusha Sukta, Purusha Sukta is the sukta where explains the whole universe, the functioning of this universe. So here they said Tripado Purushaha Pado Seha Bhavat Punaha. So this universe is unfolded or hidden in within the three in three-folded, and the fourth one is what we are visualizing. Pados Yeha, one pada is what we are seeing. There is another many suktas and many in many riks also. So in Saraswati Sukta also. So they explained that the sound which we are producing within us is nothing but the fourth format or the fourth stage. Chatvarivak parimita padanitana vidut brahmana emaneshinaha. Turiyam vacho manushya vadanti. So the sound which we are hearing, which is coming from our mouth, is the fourth stage of sound. So the three-folded sound is within us. So the moment when we think to talk, before that, three stages will be within us. So when the stage starts from our heart, so there will be a consciousness where we think to express. Then after it will go to our buddhi, to our mind, and then the mind then starts to create the words which we want to express. Then after, the compilation of all the words will be made. Then in the fourth stage, the sound will be produced from our mouth. So these are the stages. So we are hearing the only fourth stage, but the three stages are hidden within us in the nature. In the same manner, the whole universe is manifested into four stages. The fourth stage is nothing but we are seeing, or we are visualizing, or we are experiencing. So here, the fourth, so how to get the three stages, or how to understand this whole universe, are hidden within our mathematics and within our astronomical insights too. So in Lalita Sahasranama and other many things, we see the pyramid form of deity, pyramid form of Archana, which is called as Sri Chakra Archana. Regularly, our Indian women do this Sri Chakra Archana. Even great seers and other gurus will do this Sri Chakra Archana. In that, the Sri Chakra is expressed as Sumeru Srungamadhyastha Srimanna Garanayaka. So the deity or the goddess or god, whoever we think, he will be on the cleft of that Sumeru, on the top position of the pyramid. And we will bow down ourselves to that deity who is on the top of that Sumeru. So what exactly they want to express there? So that we will try to understand. So here Sumeru Srunga Madhyastha, she dwells on the middle peak of Mount Sumeru. So Sumeru, so Meru Aradhana, Sumeru Aradhana, Sri Chakra Aradhana, triangle triangle Aradhana, Trikona Aradhana is very much used in our Indian rituals. So what exactly they want to know in this Sumeru or in this triangle Aradhana? So they explained many insights, many mathematical insights within this Sumeru or within this triangular pyramid concept. So there we can find this Pythagoras tetrachets and Pascal's triangles. There we can easily understand the relation of these things in our ancient wisdom also. So what they exactly express, let's just try to open briefly. So before understanding that, so they started explaining the universe within the shape consciousness. So numbers and shapes are the entity or the high intelligences which we will have in the nature. So how numbers are the intelligences, even shapes also the intelligences. So numbers and shapes are combinedly are the higher intelligences which they are the basis to create this universe. So I think many of you know these things, but here I want to express the ancient insights, wisdom insights within this thing. So here, center. So what center means? So every center will have its own circumference. Without any circumference, there will be no center. So center means within the circumference. So here they want us to know that we are all centers. We all have our own circumference. That is what they are expressing as Atma Bhavana, soul consciousness. So here center means soul consciousness. So our soul will be in our center, and we will have our own circumference, and we have to enlarge our circumference throughout this creation. We have to enlarge, we have to increase our circumference. So everything we have to make everything into our circumference. So that is what called as Atma Bhavana. And we have to connect our Atma to Paramatma. That is called as Brahma Gnanam, Paramatma Gnanam. So these all are symbolically expressed within the symbols, within the numbers, to understand the wisdom, to understand the uh, Almighty's thought process. So line means nothing but connection of 2 points, 2 centers. So after understanding our circumference, we have to connect another point, and we have to connect their circumference within us. Means we have to merge into this society, into this universe, and we have to do our dharma or our responsibilities within the nature. So that is what line exactly means. Triangle, this is the major shape which we have to do. We have to practice. So triangle is called as trikonam in Sanskrit. So within triangle, everything will be manifested. So here our Indian knowledge says that this is a Vidya, Trigunatmaka Vidya. So everything manifested into 3 forms: Sattva Guna, Sattva, Rajo, Tama. And previously I have said the pre-existing things also be in this 3 stages. So the actual stage or actual existence will be in this trikona shape. That is what here triangle exactly means. So triangle is the higher and most auspicious shape or the number system. And then comes square. Square is nothing but 4th entity or the visualized or experienced world. So that they wants to us to understand. So when we combine this all, we will get a center, we'll get line, we'll get a triangle, and whole will be within the square. So that is what previously I said. The whole universe is manifested or hidden in this 4th part, which is called as square. So here, pull up from its center. If you pull up its center, we'll get 3-dimensional pyramid within 4 triangles and 4 sides. 4 sides in a square in its base. So this is what they wants to know from this shape consciousness. So here 4 into 3, 12, 4 plus 3 is equal to 7. What this number means? So the whole universe is again comes down with the 7 types or 7 divisions where we experience 7 days, 7 days. We have 7 days from Sunday to Saturday. We have 7 rishis who will give all the knowledge, ancient knowledge to us. And here 12 resembles 12 signs, 12 months within a year. So we have 7 rays, 7 colors. So why means we are facing the fourth existence part, which is called a square, or which is called as the final
It's only for a
existence. Yes. Then after understanding these symbols, then we have to understand the more higher and more hidden things within this symbol. So if we mix everything, point, center, line, triangle, squares, which shape will be manifest? The cube shape will be manifested. So 6 pyramids makes a cube. So pyramid that we understood previously. So here 6 pyramids make a cube. So we know, so when 6 pyramids combinedly, when we combine them, cube will be formed. So 6 lights, 6 squares. So 6 squares contain 24 right angles. So here we'll get 8 vertex, which we call as Ashtadik. So it is we say that we are within Ashtadik. We have 8 thick. So what are these 8 thick? 8 vertexes. And what is this 24? What is this 12 edges? So 12 edges means 12 months, which we say, and this 24 is a number where we use without knowing it. So 24 means 24 lunations, or the 24 phases of moon within a solar year. So we'll get 12 full moons, 12 new moons, and we will have 24 hours a solar day. And even the great mighty mantra, grand mantra called as Gayatri mantra, have 24 syllables within it. So there are many symbolic, significant insights within this number and shape. So all these 6 pyramids and shapes, edges, vertex, lines, we will have only one center. So there will be only one center in this cube, which is called as Atma, or the main center. So from this Atma, everything will be manifested and everything will be connected to this Atma. So how the sun is connected to everything within the solar system, and everything will be generate, and everything will be destructed, and everything will be continued because manifested, destroyed, and will be because of this Atma. So they wants to express everything, all the number consciousness, shape consciousness, every astronomical things to the Atma Bhavana, or to the Paramatma Bhavana, or to the spiritual things. Even we can find many itihasas, Puranas, and their symbolic things within this number. So Ramayana has 24,000 slokas. So here 24 is again resembling. Bhagavata has 12 chapters. So again this number is repeatedly we can visualize, we can see, because here they are giving the number consciousness. So they brought down through the number. They just given unknowingly. Every knowledge, every concept, every wisdom which they given to us are through the number consciousness. So here number consciousness is very much there within our ancient wisdom that we have to connect. So now let's some more go into the mathematical patterns and symbolic meanings which expressed in our Veda also. Yes. So I just give a small example where how mathematics is easily expressed, or how wisdom is easily expressed to numbers. So there is a part called Chamaka Prashna, Chamaka in Sri Rudram, the 11th Anuvaka. The Chamaka or Chamakam is traditionally recited in Rudram. So while doing Rudra Aradhana, Abhisheka, we will recite Chamaka. So this in this Chamaka Prashna, there is a Anuvaka, there is a stanza called Anuvaka means stanza, where there is a stanza, 11th stanza, contains a numerical sequence where many new mathematical or very insights, wisdom, our ancient wisdom were hiddenly kept. So series have both numerical patterns and symbolic pattern in this Chamaka Prashna. So this is the Chamaka Prashna. Ekachame, Trisrachame, Panchachame, Saptachame, Navachame, Ekadachame, Triyodachame. So Ekachame means one. Trisrachame means three. Panchachame means five. So 1, 3, 5. Saptachame 7. Navachame 9. Ekadachame 11. Triyodachame means 13. See here there is a series where odd numbers are driven. Ekachame 1, Trisrachame 3, after 1, 3, after 3, Panchachame 5, after Pancha Sapta. So these are the odd series. From Ekachame from 1 to Trayastragam system, means 33, they have written a odd number series. So this is the series 1, odd number series from square differences. So that all may have known. So we have to write from 0 to 1 a series. So we have to compute it to n square, subtract subsequent squares n plus 1 whole square minus n square. So we'll get the odd series 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 and the whole odd series. So here the series 1 n plus 1 whole square minus n square. So we'll get the odd series formula. So here now I wants to recite here the Chamaka Prashna. Ekachame, Trisrachame, Panchachame, Saptachame, Navachama, Ekadasachame, Triyodasachame, Panchadasachame, Saptadasachame, Navadasachama, Ekavigam Satischame, Triyovigam Satischame, Panchavigam Satischame, Saptavigam Satischame, Navavigam Satischame. So here why they have given this? Not just to know the number. So here they are giving some symbolic approach. So I am Atma. I should be only with Atma Bhavana. I should be very happily with whatever I have. So here I am asking the Shiva or the Almighty to give 1, to give 3, to give 5, to give 7, to give 9, to give 11. So what are those? So I want to be in Atma Bhavana. So give me 1. So I have to overcome trigunas, sattva, rajas, tama. So I have to overcome 3 trigunas. So give me the triguna, give me 3. So I have to understand the panchabhutas and I have to overcome it and have to keep this panchakoshas as panchabhutas. This is from the panchabhutas, panchakoshas will come. So I have to enlighten my Panchabhutas. So give 5. So give 7. So I have to overcome Saptadhatus. So give me 7. I have to overcome Nava. Give me 9. So in this manner, Chamaka Prashna gives the number consciousness and asking here Chamaka Prashna coded many things within the number. So this is the sequence. So this is the first sequence. There is another sequence also here. After the Trayastramsyastami means 13, again they started another series. Chatasrastame, Ashtauchame, Dvadasachame, Shodasachame. So there is another series started from this thing. So what is that means? Second series means even numbers from odd numbers sums. So here take consecutive terms of series 1. So we have got the series 1, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So we have add them together. We have to add them together. 1 plus 3, 4. 5 plus 3 plus 1, 8. Sorry, 5. So we have to add the series, not the series 1. So we have to add 4 plus 3 plus 1, 8. So in this manner, we have to add and we get the second series, sum of the consecutive odds. So the result will be 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. Chatasrashchame means 4. Ashtauchame means 8. Dvadasachame means 12. Shodasachame means 16. Shodasachame. Vigamsashchame means 20. Chaturvigamsashchame 24. Ashtavigamsashchame 28. Dvatrigamsashchame means 32. So odd plus odd is again will get even. So the second series, sum of consecutives odds, we will get the second series. So in this manner, in Chamaka Prashna, in Rudra, there are two, Namaka and Chamaka. Namaka means in Namaka Prashna, we will see whole the universe within the Shiva, Almighty Shiva. After visualizing Shiva in the universe, we will ask Shiva whatever we want to submit ourselves to Shiva. So for that, Chamaka Prashna is given some code language. So within that code language, we can understand the cosmos. So within this cosmos, we can understand. Within these numbers, we can understand the cosmos. So while Aradhana, while doing puja and other things, we will keep a Sri Chakrarchana or Shivalinga. So we will do some pujas, abhishekas. So all these are in this triangle or pyramid form. So if we'll do this pyramidical form within this number, so with this odd, with this series, if we combine this series, we will get the so here, as we said, we will get this Pascal's triangle within this Chamaka Prashna stanza. If we write all this series equally, we will get this Pascal's triangle and even triangle insides within this Pascal triangle. So this is hiddenly given in this Chamaka Prashna. So we think that Pascal's triangle or the Pythagoras theory or equilateral triangle theory were emerged or given from the Westerners or out of Indians. But these all hidden things, these all mathematical and the symbolic things were hidden in our Vedas and our Puranas, Itihasas. So that is why they said, try to do puja for Sri Chakra, do puja for Rudra, do puja for Shivalinga. Even the Jata Juta means Shiva will have a Jata on his head where the Ganga stays. So even the Jata Juta is nothing but a symbolism of another symbolism of this series, which we can connect to the Pascal's triangle also. So this Jata Juta also will have in this series 1, 1, 3, 1. So this Pascal's triangle and Jata Juta in the same manner, same pattern. So the numbers consciousness, shape consciousness are linked through the cosmogenesis or the astronomy, and the whole wisdom is derived from above to down. So whole this process is a formula. That is what Veda says, Anuraniyan Mahato Mahiya. So whatever the formula given from Anus, so within the small atoms, whatever the formula we see within the atoms is the same formula which is there in this universe also. So whole this universe and the atoms will have the same formula, and this formula which we can get from the numbers, which we can see through the numbers, which we can see through the shapes, which we can see through the astronomy insights. So that is what very much given with from our ancient seeds. So even there are many modern applications from these odd numbers and from this other uh, uh, rituals also. So even we will have some Sri Chakra homas, and we will sit in a triangular form and we will do some rituals to enlighten us, to overcome all our lower entities, lower intelligences, lower buddhi, which we call as lower buddhi. And there are many other types of practices which we need to do with this number and shape and astronomical insights. So these are some concepts which I want to make put in front of you, and there are many hidden insights, many hidden knowledge which we say as Gupta Vidya, hidden secrets. So hidden secrets means which means there are many higher knowledge hidden in the Vedas or other Indian in our Bharatiya Gnana. So here hidden knowledge means not to be kept secretly or not to be revealed to everyone. So here the Gupta Vidya means there will be many hidden insights. How much will go into the knowledge, still there will be many hidden knowledge within this Bharatiya knowledge or within this Bharatiya Gnana. So as we are in this, as we are in this IKS, as we are going into this IKS, we have to understand the whole concept, symbolic concept within our subjects. What are the symbolic concept or symbolic insights given in this subject from through our ancient seers or ancient gurus? So we have to connect those great symbolic things in our mundane or regular subjects. With this approach, we can even manifest, or we can even know the actual purpose, and we can even know the main core and base of all knowledge which is there in our universe and which is there in our Bharatiya Gnanam, and which we say as IKS in our modern life. So this is my small session, a great opportunity. I feel this is a great opportunity to express my views. So I thank everyone. Mainly SRM University and Brihat Foundation, who gave a great opportunity to participate in this session. So once again, thank you.
Respected sir, on behalf of all present, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to you for your enlightening session on charting the cosmos Indian contributions to mathematics and astronomy. For the past 1.5 hours, you have taken us on a remarkable journey, bringing to light how our ancient Puranas and Itihasas hold hidden astronomical insights and how numbers themselves exist in nature as a creative intelligence woven into the very properties of space and time. Your example showing numbers as higher principles, intelligences working in nature, made these concepts vivid and relatable. Equally captivating was your explanation of number and space consciousness from a single point at the center to line, triangle, square, and finally the three-dimensional pyramid, revealing the inherent link between mathematics, geometry, and cosmic order. And your insights on space consciousness, how six pyramids form a cube with its connections to the 24 lunations of the solar year, the 24 hours of the day, the 24 syllables of the Gayatri Mahamantra, and the singular center where all apexes meet as the Atma, were deeply profound, blending mathematical precision with spiritual symbolism and modern applications. So, thank you for sharing your expertise and enriching our understanding of India's stellar legacy. So, thank you, sir. We will now open the floor for questions from the audience. Let us keep our questions concise so we can accommodate as many as possible in the time we have.
Yes. So, sir, we have one question in the chat box. One participant is asking, how can ancient astronomy can help us in everyday life, and how can we integrate it? So, can you please answer this question?
Yes, sure. So our ancient astronomy is not just science of knowing the stellar movements or the position of planets or the just knowing the mathematical calculations. So the very base of our astronomy, of Indian astronomy, is to know the cosmogenesis. Firstly, why we have to know cosmogenesis or the astrophysics means to understand where we are, to understand what actually we have to do in this life. So where what exactly our position and what exactly our needs, what exactly our needs, what exactly our ahankara, where exactly our ahankara will be. So we'll have with all our feelings, our every things, every impressions. We'll have with many impressions, and we'll get some ahankara within us. So I am this much. I am a leader. I am a scholar. I am a PhD graduate. So we'll get all such type of ahankaras. I have money. I have property. So if we understand the whole universe, so where exactly we are, we are nothing in this universe. So where exactly our ahankara will be, which is a non-material thing. So a non-material thing, we are suppressed with that non-material thing, and we will behave according to our ahankara. So if we know the whole cosmos, if we understand the whole universe, we can be very comprisely, and we will do whatever we have to do. This is the main base or main atma of this understanding the Siddhanta. So our ancient seers and our rishis, given the whole this universal formulas and uh, uh, universal insights, are, uh, are the creating process creations with the stories, within the suktas, within several knowledge. So we have to decode them, and then we have to make the correct utilization of those astronomy or whatever the knowledge which he has hidden in our Indian knowledge. So we have to decode them. So one of the entity or one of the part is called as Palita Jyotisha in this astronomy. So Palita Jyotisha is very much used or very much known by all. So we'll go to an astrologer, we'll ask, when do I get married? When do I get a job? When do I get a house? When do I get a vehicle and so on. So this is not the actual reason or actual purpose of Jyotisha. So the actual purpose is how we have to utilize our planets, how we have to utilize the planet's position, how we have to utilize their motion, how we have to utilize their reactions on us, and how we have to be perfectly, how we have to perfectly systemize our life, and how we have to do our rituals. Rituals means our daily things correctly. So that is expressed. That is the real purpose of astronomy or astrology or other Jyotisha's wisdom. So we can use for higher purpose and we can use for mundane purpose also, but we should not use for only predictive purpose. So by our misfortune or by our intelligence, we are misusing the Jyotisha Shastra, we are misusing the astronomy, we are misusing all the wisdom which they have given. So we are using for our very mundane purposes only, very unnecessary purposes. So we have to use for both higher and lower things also.
Yes, sir, I believe
I
that's
think
a
this is the
wonderful explanation. So, sir, we have got another question which is very much related to what you answered. One of our participant is asking that since much India's mathematical and astronomical heritage is in Sanskrit, how can we make it accessible to all those who even don't know Sanskrit? And even another more important question, how can we integrate it into school and university curricula and we can still preserve its authenticity in this global scientific story? So how can we do that?
that is what IK's whole soul. So that is what IK is trying to bring whole our wisdom in the modern subjects, modern sciences. So IK is starting and started much earlier also. So they are bringing all the knowledge, whatever there in Vedas, Puranas, Shastras, and they are inculcating within the modern subjects. So without knowing Sanskrit, it is very difficult because everything is hidden in the Sanskrit. So there are more other English books, translated books, and even Indian languages books also. So we can approach them, but they may get some problem because the authenticity may lost. So if you don't know the actual line or actual expression of the author or our saint, we may lose our authenticity. It may be translated differently, it may be manifested differently. So for that, IK is doing a very great functioning. So definitely we have to we have to be a part in IKS and we have to service to it. And there are many scholars in India. There are many great knowledgeable persons who know both Sanskrit and both English very much, and they are very much great in Samskrita Gandhas and the modern language, modern subjects also. So we have to do our work with them, and we can manifest a great wisdom in our mundane, in our modern days. So yeah, Sanskrit definitely we have to learn, but there are another ways also, translated books and we can do some research with the scholars also. So these two types will be very much good for this approach.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to all the participants for your thoughtful questions, and a special thanks to Sir for engaging with them so insightfully. We truly appreciate the depth of your knowledge, the clarity of your explanations, and the passion you brought into this discussion. That brings our Q&A session to a close. Before we conclude, here is a gentle reminder about our next session. We invite all of you to join session 2 from 2 o'clock to 3 on the theme Epics in Expression, Symbol and Identity in Indian Art Forms. This will be delivered by Dr. Ketu Ramachandra Shekhar, Deputy Director, Academics. We look forward to your participation in what promises to be another insightful and engaging session. Thank you all. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So we have also shared the feedback link in the chat box. We kindly request all the participants to fill it out. Thank you, and we will now have our lunch break. And please join at 2 o'clock for continuing our next session. Thank you.
Dear participants, good afternoon. Please hold on for a few minutes. The speaker is joining the meet. Yes, sir. So I welcome back everyone after the break. Today, our next speaker, Dr. Ketu Ramachandra Shekhar, Deputy Director, Academics, Titanda Knowledge Foundation is here. So this session would be led by him, a scholar whose academic journey, rooted in Indian epistemology, earned him the prestigious Prince of Wales Medal at the University of Madras. Co-founder of Bharat Ke Wow, he has worked tirelessly to promote Indian art, history, and culture. Beyond academia, he has graced the stage as an actor in Sanskrit dramas, authored books on Indian culture, and contributed to interdisciplinary domains like neuroaesthetics and Indian rhetoric. Recognized as an Infosys Fellow, Dr. Ramachandra Shekhar brings a rare blend of scholarship and passion for ancient wisdom. Today, he will explore the powerful symbols and identities expressed in Indian art forms. Over to you, sir.
ஆண்டே சிவனை போற்றி எந்நாட்டவர்க்கும் இறைவா போற்றி ஆரூரமர்ந்து செய் போற்றி செய்யார் திருவையாரா போற்றி உண்ணாமலையும் அண்ணா போற்றி கண்ணாரமுதக் கடலே போற்றி. At the outset, let me thank Dr. Bhargavi, Dr. Kavita Nair, and the other authorities of the SRM Institute for giving me this opportunity to speak on this topic, which I consider something very, very important, especially in the domain of communication studies. That is to understand the semiotics or the symbols and the identity in Indian art forms and how the epics play a very crucial role in this. I hope my audio is clear. Please do let me know if it is not. Yeah.
Clear,
Okay.
sir.
Right. So let's quickly move on to the subject matter. I'm sure you might have been introduced to the concept of art history in the previous sessions. So there are three important terms that we need to consider, and we shall be looking at it in some detail during this discussion. One is the term epic, which is used, though we will be replacing it with the equivalent term, which is the Indic term here, which is itihasa and Purana, right? The second is symbol, and the third is identity. So, what do we mean by these within the context of the larger Indian knowledge traditions and the systems? So, that will be the attempt here. So, to start with, the moment you say epic, in the Indian context, the two works that comes to the mind is Ramayana and Mahabharata, right? And Ramayana and Mahabharata are considered to be the itihasa. And there is another class of literature called the Puranas. So normally the difference between the two is only this much, okay? Because within the Indian context, there is nothing as myth. Okay, myth is a concept which is alien to the Indian knowledge systems per se. So the difference between the epics and since Itihasa and the Purana is basically if it is narrated by or as an eyewitness account, it is called as an Itihasa. Say for example, Ramayana. While Ramayana, the incidents of the Ramayana took place, Valmiki was the eyewitness to it, and he composes orally Ramayana, and therefore Ramayana is an eyewitness account. But the difference between Ramayana and the Mahabharata is that the Ramayana is an oral composition. It was not written down for very many centuries. Second is Mahabharata, we all know, traditionally attributed to Vedavyasa, who also happens to be one of the key characters of the Mahabharata itself. The second class, which is the Purana, is basically a non-eyewitness account. Does not mean it is mythical. It is just that it is a subsequent narration. To explain this very clearly, I will just use an example from the Tamil literature. The life history of the 63 Nayanmars, the Shaiva saints, is collectively known by the or is recorded in a work by name Periya Purana. Now you see the usage of the word Puranam being used here, right? But the foundation for this text was laid by one amongst the Nalvar, one amongst the four saints, Sundaramurti Swamigal. We give something called Tiruthandar Togai. Now, Togai in Tamil means expressing something in a very compact way. That is why the word Togai is used for compounding, okay, in Tamil grammar. So, Sundaramurti Swamigal gave probably in a line or two about the saints. Many of them were contemporaries of Sundara. Okay, so he uses the word Tiruthandar Togai to refer to the short biography of that. But later on, Sekilar, who comes almost like 350 years after Sundara, collects, researches. Actually, he says he visits many of the places where they live and writes about their lives. So the hagiography which is created by Sekilar is not an eyewitness account. Therefore, the text is named as Periya Puranam. So Puranam is non-eyewitness account, whereas Itihasa is an eyewitness account. This is the only difference between the two, right? So there are multiple Puranas and multiple such Itihasa narratives, though we recognize some important ones. And they have influenced the social narratives. They have influenced the art and culture of India in very different ways. And we will try to see a glimpse. But before we go into that section, let me expound something about symbol. This is something very important. So normally when we take up any object which is presented, any element of aesthetic experience, there are two aspects to any object that is presented to our senses. One is the cognitive element. The other is the acognitive element. Sorry, there is a spelling error. It's an acognitive element which is related to the form, right? And this is the aesthetic part. So the aesthetic element, okay, is related to the form, whereas the cognitive element is related to the concept. So the moment you look into any particular object in front of you, you will actually be judging the object both from its content perspective as well as its form perspective. So the science of aesthetics comes when it tries to refine the aesthetic element without losing touch with the form. So that is what was envisaged and perfected in the Indic systems. So normally when you have an sensory object, it is broadly classified under two: the sensory, which is predominantly visual. So all the visual elements, they were called as the drishya, or the visual elements, and the others were the shravya, the auditory elements. Now, there are the other three more senses which we know, the olfactory and the other senses, the tactile and the other senses. But these two predominantly were treated as uh, as the means of consumption of relish or experiences. The others played a minor role, though a lot of importance is also given to multisensory experience within the Indian context. Now, when these two factors are taken into consideration and elements are designed and made, okay, let's say it's a painting or a sculpture or poetry or a song which is composed, all these, when they were done, there are three things that were taken into consideration. Number one is what is influenced by the concept of the rasadhvani. Rasa is the aesthetic or the emotional relish. So we have a communicative theory, which we call it as a Sadharanikarana theory. Now, this is the Indic theory of, or indigenous theory of communication that we had developed, as against the Greek logos pathos thing. Now, according to this, the, the person who conveys, here is in the case a poet, or it could be a sculptor or a painter, he has to emotionally connect with the uh, with the person who is seeing or experiencing, and the communication loop is closed or complete only when the viewer or the experiencer, and there are conditions also that he needs to be a connoisseur, right? He has to be almost at the same frequency as the person who is creating it. When they both have a very similar level of relish, which is called as the rasa, then we say that the communication loop is complete. So this was always kept in mind at the time of creation of a particular object. Second, not everything was explicitly shown. A lot of importance was given to suggestive elements, because we believed that the power of suggestion is much more than the explicit representation and the statement. And also that the power of suggestion brings beauty because there is an involvement of the listener or the audience there. Because if everything is given explicitly as such, then there is no element of thought or no element of imagination from the connoisseur point of view. So when it is suggested, then his involvement ensures, okay, that he's part of the process, therefore enhancing the user experience. Okay, so this Dhwani is a part of the communication model. Okay, that's the second very important or the crucial link. The third thing that was taken into account was the principle of artistic representation captures the essence and not merely the appearance. So the emphasis is not to recreate exactly like a photocopy image of the original, but in whatever that is being created, is it bringing out the essence, or is it bringing out the message? Okay, that the creator wants to convey. So that was given a greater stress. So we have lost a lot of many years because of the kind of system that has permeated or percolated into the society, wherein we have lost how to lost touch as to how to even appreciate our masterpieces of arts and craft. You would have visited so many monuments where people really have no sense of appreciation. The kind uh, or the unkindly manner in which the monuments are being treated by our own people clearly shows that we have not taught them how to appreciate. And also the new creations that we are seeing today, which lacks complete aesthetic depth, is quite in contrast with the achievements we had. Normally, when I take my students or others to Mahabalipuram, especially the Panchapandava Ratha, right from the Panchapandava Ratha, you can see across the road the new sculptor workshops. Okay, and there are creations in the sculptor workshops. So I just tell them these were created without any sophisticated power tools almost 1500 years ago by the Pallava sculptors. And what you see across the road is the current you will see a complete shift in so many aspects, including lack of proper or precision, in symmetry and other factors. So where have we lost this aesthetic touch? Somewhere we have completely missed. There is a bias that is set in the minds of most of the Indians. And also the aspect of homogenization. No, there cannot be a homogenized viewpoint in a heterogeneous society. Our as a society, we are heterogeneous. We have so many differences culturally, linguistically, and ethnographically speaking. So we need to be told, we need to be taught that homogenization is not feasible. And you have to appreciate the heterogeneity. So this artistic legacy that you see across, the same Ramayana sculpture would appear different across India. Yet they are all beautiful. It will have its own regional elements incorporated in it. Yet they are all beautiful. So this is something that needs to be emphasized. And they are the epics are actually the stories that shape the civilizational narrative. And they were responsible for this. Say, for example, the concept of ecological studies, we all know, is something which is a recent phenomenon. It's less than a century old. And why was it brought into the mainstream academia? Because of the industrial revolution, the exploitation of the nature, okay, for the sake of primary use, okay, of industries and others. There was a requirement for making people understand, okay, the need for balance, right? And from where does that spring? It springs from a fundamental concept of seeing nature as a product and man above nature as the consumer. So this is the mindset. Okay, and this mindset is a product of a Western episteme. Okay, coming from a different set of ideology. Now, within the Indian context, why there is no such concept of an ecological studies and all those things is because it was not necessary, because man was never the consumer and nature was never the consumed. Man was equally the part of nature, okay, and he was inherent, he was connected with so every element in the nature was interconnected. So there are practices even now, many villages, you know that you will be cutting down the tree, but before that the tree would be worshipped. I've seen this in my village. There are multiple practices. You can go on listing. The way we welcome Kaveri when she enters the borders of each villages, the way the farmers do it, they are not seeing her as a water body. They are seeing her as a life force. So seeing nature, okay, being part of nature is something which is embedded in the DNA. Okay, but somehow we lost it. We missed it out. But it is through these epic narratives that it is reinforced time and again. What you're seeing on the screen is the Jatayu meeting Rama. And Jatayu was accorded a position of father by Rama. Rama performs the obsequious ceremony after Jatayu dies, like how he would have performed his for his father Dasharatha. So this is the kind of thing which is embedded within the narratives, and that is passed on as a kind of a reminder to the society. So these are presented through the through various symbols or the icons, okay, in the form of sculptures, paintings, and others. So basically, what is an iconography? Iconography is the representation of a particular concept. Okay, how is the concept represented? How does that visual element evoke or lead to that message? So this is basically what iconography is. Whether it is the moment you see the icon, you are reminded about the brand value, okay, or the ancient sculpture. Okay, what you are seeing on the right is the Kala Samhara, this thing from Kailashanatha Temple, Kanchipuram. If you know how to read the markers embedded within the icon, you will know what that brand value stands for. Okay. So if you know why Shiva is having his hand in a particular posture, having another hand in a particular posture, okay, the way he is trampling the person, basically it's Yama underneath his feet, you'll understand what is the message which the sculptor wanted to drive through using this particular representation. See here, there is no attempt to kill Yama. You will see it very clearly. The feet are not stamping upon him with an intent to kill. It is only to subdue. Look into the trident. It is not pointing downwards. It is pointing upwards. Okay. There is no intention to strike using the trident. And the finger, okay, this is normally used across, I think, culture to as a mark of threatening. Okay. You are threatening. All right. So it is a threat. He is only issuing a threat. Okay. And not destroying Yama or not destroying the process of time. Now, this is what the sculptor wanted to bring out at an outward level. but inner level, the philosophical signification, okay, that the sculpture brings out is a second layer of meaning that gets added to it, which is also done. So basically, icons, okay, are they, there is an outer form, there is an inner symbolism to this outer form that we see. The underlying force, okay, is the spiritual essence that all the art forms wanted to bring in. So unfortunately, there were no so-called secular art forms in India. The spiritual essence was something which is an undercurrent for all the art forms. And at times there was a ritual context to some of these elements. So it's a link. You cannot have or understand one without understanding the other. So this is how the entire thing was structured. And there was a detailed system of such study. It is called as a pratima. Okay, pratima is sculpture. So pratima lakshana is defining how the sculpture should be. So there are sophisticated texts which are studied within the Vastu traditions, the Shilpa traditions about these pratimas. So the focus was spirituality. At the same time, the visual elements were used as an educational tool. So they were basically, you can equate them as a kind of an visual comics. Okay, the various legends. I'm going to show you one sculpture towards the end of the talk. These sculptures that you see, they give in a very concise manner a larger narrative, okay, which the society or which the creator wanted the society to imbibe within it. Okay, so this serves something like a visual metaphor as a visual narrative element. So basically, any of these art forms, they were meant to do three important functions. One was to create a kind of a sense of a relish. No, this relish is called as rasa. Okay, rasa means enjoyment, taste. That's basically how the word is understood across all languages. Okay, right from Sanskrit, Tamil, and probably I think every language, rasa means juice or essence or the taste. All right. So it was to give a sense of taste, taste in the sense delight, which is the ultimate. At the same time, it was also uh, uh, used as a tool for transmitting embodied knowledge. Okay, and embodied knowledge is because it is there are multi-sensory experience that a sculpture gives. You can feel. There are many sculptures, okay, which work really, which are done in such a wonderful manner that the touch and feel, okay, itself is a great experience for people. All right. And the third important thing was to transform the consciousness in the sense the art was also seen as a form of higher spiritual discipline or a form of like a yoga. Okay. So it's a kind of a spiritual transformation that the art was used. And this is what I was referring to, the Indic theory of communication. Okay. This is also important to understand this language of symbols. It is important to understand what the identity or how the identity is established. So the typical Indian communication pattern was something where it was the receiver-centric communication. So it is not the persuasion model, okay, which dictates the Aristotelian theory of communication. See, what is the difference between the two? If it is the model, then basically you want to convince the listener what you are intending to speak. Now, this is what is dominating.
That your job she has asked me to do because I'm going to the butler.
So this is something that is an issue that you see in the field of the advertisements, right? What are the advertisements doing? They are trying to persuade you, probably not even showing you the facts. The whole intention behind the communication model is to persuade. And for that, whatever elements need to be added to that is added to it, right? So why would a typical car ad have kids being shown? It's simple because many of the homes, they know that the drivers of decisions are the children. So many such points. But here, the communication model is the receiver-centric model, which we call as a Sadharani Karana. So meaning arises in the mind, okay, rather than being conveyed uh, by the speaker. So what you say is that you cannot transmit meanings, okay? You can only transmit a message. Meaning is something that is found by the listener. It is something that is discovered by the listener. So this is the model, or in short, this is. So that is why no two people enjoy a particular object in exactly the same manner. Two of you may be standing in front of the same sculpture, while one is in a very high mode of enjoyment. The other person may not even really understand or not even give a care about it. It's because it's the same sculpture speaking to both of them through the same language, but since it is receiver centric, okay, and it is the message which is decoded by the receiver, there is a difference in the experience. So this is what the theory is about. And this was understood, and this became the one of the fundamental principle when something as large as a temple was designed, or even a small sculpture, or a piece of poetry, or an and painting was designed. So it uses three things. I'm just emphasizing: emotions, symbols, and experience. So these three were constantly emphasized. Okay, and it was to bring these three that all the other elements uh, were used within any form of any art form. Okay. Um, so I'll come to the point of the semiotics, that is the symbols. So what is the power of design? How did we understand? How did the Indian knowledge system understand the concept of a design? Right. So today the design thinking has those five fold elements to it. But in very simple terms, whether form and functionality, okay, should be prioritized, or should the aesthetics be prioritized? All right. So this is always a question. Should you prioritize function, or should you prioritize aesthetics? You cannot ignore one at the cost of the other is the final answer that comes from the Indic knowledge system side. Okay, so the design needs to be planned in such a way that it can pass both the form as well as the functionality. Okay, and the larger messaging. Okay, that needs to go through or via design. So the concept of harmony or the samarasya. So what it does is it prioritizes harmony between the elements. Okay, so if this is called as an vastu auchitya, okay, if you can harmonize the elements correctly, then the beauty automatically becomes or no, it sets itself within the element. All right, you don't have to do something special to do that. You need to know how much you need, how much of importance needs to be given for each element within, let's say, a sculptural planner. All right. I will give you an example. I'm sure many of you might have visited Mahabalipuram, and there is something called a Mahishasuramardini cave in the Mahabalipuram. Okay, it's one of the most dynamic sculpture that you would probably come across anywhere in India. Okay, so it is. There are actually two more sculptures related to it, but not in that this thing. There is one which is before that particular incident, and there is a small sculpture which depicts what happens after that particular incident. So it has to be seen as 1, 2, and 3. Okay, the one that is normally observed within the cave is the second part of the narrative. The first part of the narrative, okay, is where the Mahishasura challenges Durga for a fight, right? And Durga accepts the challenge and the war commences. So that is depicted within the panel. Now, if you would see, there are two main characters. One is Durga, the other is the demon Mahishasura. All right. So the Mahishasura stands, okay, his height, everything that is being portrayed in that, okay. And the second is Devi Durga. Okay, she will be shown riding on a lion. Okay, riding on a lion with a drawn sword, okay, unsheathed sword. Now, there are all the other elements. There are multiple other characters in that panel. Okay, you will see that their now the proportion, okay, is maintained, but the height and others would have been drastically been reduced. Okay, so to an extent that you would see that there is one a female warrior, because Durga's army, even according to the epic, consisted mainly of female warriors. It was called as Shakti Sena. Okay, so next time do go and observe. It's a very beautiful depiction of a female warrior, her attire and posture and thing. You'll also be surprised to see her flaunting her six packs in the image. Now, all the other elements are shown in a smaller dimensions. These two are the main characters. Therefore, they are shown in a larger size. And there also Mahisha is taller than Durga. So at an outside, if you have some other painting being drawn with this kind of a scaling, okay, where proportions, the human proportions are not matching one another, it may look completely asynchronous depiction. But there, in that particular panel, it looks beautiful because the harmonious blend was created by the sculpture, because he's actually guiding your vision, okay, and showing you which is most important part of the narrative. The other elements, okay, the non-important narratives are shown smaller and smaller in dimension. This is the messaging of the sculptor. So to understand that, okay, so that is achieved by the sculptor by bringing or introducing the harmony okay, between the various elements in the panel. So one needs to know this. Second is the emotional resonance or the rasa that we spoke about. And the more symbols are laden, the more will it be suggestive. No, otherwise, when everything is explicitly shown, like I said, there is an lesser involvement of the connoisseur. So if you add more symbols, as a experiencer, I will be involved more into the viewing as an activity, and my interest level, my experience increases. We will see one example for all of this very shortly. So this was basically something that was kept in. So how much will you involve? So how should the design be? Okay, so that it ensures the optimum user experience. Okay, user involvement. So the UI UX factor, okay, how much should be there? Okay, this something that is uh, uh, envisaged and properly defined. And there is also the larger purpose or the goal, okay, behind the design. So what is the teleology of Indic concept of design? Okay, so that is something that we need to understand. Once these two becomes very clear, we will know, okay, that the symbolic language, the language that the symbols speak, which we today study under a thing called semiotics. Okay, that there is a messaging at the denotative level, the literal message, the primary message that is coming out. There is a connotative level. Okay, it's a secondary meaning that is coming out of a symbol, and there is a metaphysical or a suggested level of meaning. So, if the success of any design is if it can progressively take or lead the person from the denotative, which is the expressed, to connotative, to the suggested or the metaphysical level of meaning. All okay, done okay in a proper harmonious blend. So these were some of the things. For example, the mudras, the yantras, some of the natural symbols like lotus. If you go and see, there will be this lotus is a motive that you will come across in the temples. The kalasha is a no, as a motive you will come across in the Purna Kumbha. The kalasha is something. So they are all metaphors, okay, that are added there. And another beautiful factor that you will come across in Indian temple is the concept of fractals. Okay, we know that fractals are it's a kind of mimicking the whole within a smaller element. Okay, so what the entire structure looks, it's just imagine a cauliflower. Okay, that small uh, no little flower is exactly what the large flower looks like. Okay, so the entire large flower is actually captured within the smallest flower there. So this is the biofractals. All right. So the fractals was a concept was used within the temples because of one guiding principle behind the this thing is that whatever is there in the Brahmanda is there in the microcosm, which is called as a Pindan. Is yet Brahmande, tad Pindande. Okay, whatever is there at the universal level is there at the individual level also. So, how best can you show this particular concept if not through fractals? Because fractals is that which is the whole is also in the part. Okay, and it is the parts which encompasses and makes the whole. So the concept of fractals in the design, in the temple design, okay, is another beautiful thing as a symbol which was used by the Indian sculptors. Then the Vahanas. Okay, now why should Lakshmi be shown with an owl as a Vahana? That's once again a symbol, right? At a very connotative level, if I have to say, Lakshmi means wealth. Who makes wealth? Someone who sees opportunity where the others don't see an opportunity. Only he can make wealth. If everybody is seeing opportunity, what is it? It's a demand and supply. Okay. So there is going to be a lot of supply, no demand. You are not going to make money out of it. So who will make money? Who sees opportunity where the others cannot? See, the symbol for this is an owl, because owl sees when everybody else cannot. Owl sees in the night when normally other beings cannot see. So you make wealth when you can spot opportunity which the others normally cannot. Just as a symbol for this, that's like I said, this is the outer level. So the Vahanas were also symbols. For Mushaka, that is the bandicoot or the mouse. Okay, once again is a symbol when it is shown as a Vahana for Ganapati, like this. So through the yantras, through the natural elements, these symbols were communicated. And I'm sorry, since I have less time left, let me. Multisensory experience was something that the temples offered. So when you enter a temple, okay, it was designed in such a manner that you have the not basically it is the visual, okay, because we normally as human being we are more led by the visual element, but it was ensured that the others such as the good fragrance, okay, the sounds that you hear within the temple, and the way that no you would walk through a temple, okay, from more brighter exteriors. As you go deeper within, the element of light, okay, comes down, and actually the light will also be something that will it will be designed, the elements like the mantapas and the pillars will be designed in a manner so that it guides your path, okay, that this is how you need to walk through. So it creates a kind of a signage, okay, which naturally is played by the elements themselves. So this multisensory experience is something that was created within the temple structure, and the entire ecology around the temple. No, we call it as a sacred geography. So the entire ecology the temple was not just a structure. It was never seen as an independent structure. It was basically an ecosystem. It had one entire ecosystem around it. Okay. So we normally have this concept of tirtha, kshetra, okay, and vriksha. There would be a tree, there will be a sacred pond or water body, and the temple per se. So it was a system that it created around itself, okay, for protection. Okay, so those trees, see, now the situation is very different. But say, for example, if you go to a place by Thiruvenkadu, Thiruvenkadu is near Chidambaram. Okay, it is Shvedaranya. Okay, in Sanskrit, Thiruvenkadu is basically it's a kadu. No, it's a forest, and the Sthala Vriksha, okay, is actually not just one tree there. It is basically the forest around that, which has to be protected. Similarly, which is the tree for Chidambaram is Thillai. Thillai is nothing but the mangroves. Chidambaram is located where near the junction of the Kollidam meeting the ocean. So you have one of these huge mangroves, the Pichavaram mangroves are near the Chidambaram temple. So Thillai is basically the mangrove. So the protection of mangroves, it was ensured because of that becoming the Sthala Vriksha of the Kshetra itself. So this is a kind of an extended ecological thought, okay, that was inbuilt when a temple was designed and constructed. Yeah. So this is what I was trying to say. There is the elements actually guide, okay, the experience of a user within a temple. The way that the lights, okay, very no artificial lights, only the natural lights. All right. So basically, the underlying philosophy, okay, beyond these sculptures and beyond the symbols that were used, was to, to send a message of the higher spirituality or the higher unity of all the life forms. Okay. And at the same time, show the importance of the temporal existence as well. Because it is not the other way around, that the Indian thinking is always outwardly. No, it was not. It was to show that the outwardliness comes as interconnectedness, whereas the vision of the temporality, no, the body in the form of human body or the animal bodies or the plants and the trees and the other water bodies and all those things, they are all the temporal structures. Okay, so they all contain the same essence within them. So this was the higher message, okay, which was carried by the various symbols and the designs, okay, of which was used in the Vastu and the Shilpa Shastra. And the the precursor for all these, once again, are the Vedas, okay, where you have the Vedic altars, different Vedic altars. At least there will be three. Okay, one is a square and the round, and then a semicircular. These are the Tretagni fires. And the Agni from one is what is lit into others. So this is what I was trying to say. It's a kind of an integration, or to show that the permanence or unity of the essential self, while the impermanence of the structure that contains that. But at the same time, since every structure contains the same essence, they are interconnected and everyone needed to be protected in their respective ways. So this was the larger message. And to do it in the best possible manner, all the sciences such as maths and others were developed. So practically the development of the mathematics in India started from the science of building the Vedic altars. What you are seeing on the screen are some of the designs in which the Vedic altars were built. They were defined to the precision of how many bricks to be used and what should be the dimension of the bricks as well. So even in the latest excavation in the Rakhi Gadi, which is one of the Harappan Mohenjo-daro sites, they have discovered the Shenachiti, okay, the falcon-shaped fire altar there. All right. So the development of all the other sciences was to only drive home, okay, this message of unity and unity within the diversity. So with this, let me pause a little with the theory that I have to say. I want to show few instances wherein you can see how this messaging was embedded by the sculptors. So let me start with something. I'm very sorry. I should have gone to a full screen mode. Right. So this is the Dwarapalaka in Tanjavur Periya Koil. You will find similar Dwarapalaka in Airaveshwarar Koil, no, Dharasuram. You'll see it in Gangaikonda Cholapuram, no, which was in limelight last week. So this is one Dwarapalaka that it is from the Tanjavur temple. Now there are multiple elements which the sculptor has introduced in the Dwarapalaka. Please pardon me for the quality of the image. There is one mace, okay, or gada kind of thing that the person is holding on, or actually leaning upon. He has placed his feet also on that. So there is one, I will show it here. Okay, there is one depiction here, all right, of a snake gobbling an elephant. Okay, of a snake gobbling an elephant here. Okay, this is the snake. which is gobbling the elephant. Right. Now, probably other elements can be dismissed off as ritualistic elements. All right. But why did the sculptor even introduce these two characters, a snake and an elephant? Now, is there a messaging in this? If the administrators permit, the others can chip in to answer, or else I will give the answer after some time.
Yes, sure, sir. Anybody who would like to unmute can unmute and answer sir's question.
Okay. Okay, since I'm not hearing any answer, I will move to the next. See, the thing is that the elephant, normal, let's assume that the height of an elephant is 10 feet, right? And if you look at the scale of that image, at least 12 to 15 such elephants, okay, if you stack them one above the other, would give you the total height of the Dwarapalaka. So the entire height of the Dwarapalaka is somewhere between 120 to 150 feet. All right. That is why the elephant is shown as the smallest element. The larger element is the snake which is coiled around his gada. So that snake coiling around the gada is an element to introduce the elephant as a character. All right. Now, what message at 120 feet person, is standing in front of you? Now, just imagine that he is standing in person. Okay. So someone as tall as 120, 150 feet is standing in front of you. And then we have to look at what is he talking to us? He is talking to us through the other three hand gestures there. All right. I think here you can clearly see the elephant in the snake's mouth in this image. Now, what is it that he is talking? Okay. So he says that, look, you need to go into the temple this way. But before you go into it, there are two things I want you to remember. The person whom you are going to see inside, okay, in this case, it is Shiva, the Brihadishwara. Okay. So the person you are going to encounter within the temple is someone great and superior. Now just imagine a 120 feet fellow talking to you as, someone who is standing inside is great. Right? So that is the first. And also, look at the another hand, it's a gesture of caution. No, this is a normal thing that we also use when you have to threaten someone like this. Okay? So he's using it, it's called as a suchi, as a mudra. So he's using the suchi mudra, to show that you better be wary of how you conduct yourself inside the temple. And that again is coming from a 120 feet person. And since it is through the symbols, that the sculptor speaks, he cannot show a 120 feet person. Okay, so he wants you to understand the message, the subtlety, of the message as you enter the temple. So this is just one example. There are multiple instances where the sculptors and painters leave behind clues for us to understand, the message, the larger message that they want to convey. So nothing is just added there for the sake of, filling the space. All right. So there is an intent behind incorporating any element there. All right. Now this is another beautiful sculpture. This is from a place called Pullamangai. Okay. This is again a Ramayana's this thing. See, normally, this is a Vibhishana Sharanagati episode. People who are familiar with Ramayana, Vibhishana is the younger brother of Ravana, who, when Rama is camping on this side uh, of the ocean, Vibhishana comes and surrenders to Ram. Okay, so normally this culture is explained. I've even seen some very senior scholars being explained as Vibhishana Sharanagati. Okay, the surrender of Vibhishana. Right now, this poses a huge problem because, as per the Ramayana narrative, when Vibhishana surrendered to Rama, Sita was not with Rama. Okay, because Rama is actually going in search of Sita, okay, and he is waiting to cross the ocean. But here you see in that sculpture, Sita is seated right behind Ram. This cannot be the Vibhishana Sharanagati. But again, then what is it? Because there is no other Sharanagati in the entire Ramayana. So the clue to the answer is this monkey figure that you see. The reason why the features are appearing like this is because this entire panel is the height of one ballpoint pen. The entire panel, the height of this panel is this ballpoint pen. Okay, so within that space, he has created this sculpture. Now the monkey. Okay, this is Hanuman, and this is not Vibhishana Sharanagati, but this is actually the surrender of Jayanta, the son of Indra. All right, which so happened that Indra's son Jayanta assumes the form of a crow and he disturbs Sita, and Rama invokes Brahmastra and it chases Jayanta everywhere. Finally, he does not find even his father Indra is unable to save. He comes and surrenders at the feet of Rama. So that is the scene here. So once again, this happened during the Vanavasa, the period of exile of Rama. Hanuman is not there actually, as per the narrative. So what is Hanuman doing here? The thing is that when Sita meets Hanuman, okay, when Sita meets Hanuman, she asks, because she first thinks Hanuman to be an impostor. Okay, Hanuman then gives him the ring of Rama. Okay, he gives him the ring of Rama. She's convinced to some extent. Still, she is not fully convinced. You find this narrative in the Sundarakanda of Ramayana. She is not fully convinced because anyone can forge a ring like that. So Hanuman was smart enough that during his departure, he had actually asked Rama this question. Tell me an incident which only you and Sita know. This is one incident which even Lakshmana did not know. Only Rama and Sita knew about this incident. Okay. So it is Hanuman narrating. That is why it is shown, okay, at a narrator position. Okay, at slightly higher above. Okay, the entire scene. So this is once again a symbol which is hidden. This is once again from the Darasaram temple. The previous one I said is the height of a ballpoint pen. What you are seeing here, okay, is the height of your car key. The height is that of a car key. So this is a miniature panel once again. This is a close-up of that miniature panel. This is that the Periyapuranam sculptures in Darasaram. Okay, so there are one panel about each of the Nayanmars in this. So here, you see that entire narrative is broken down to three parts. Okay, so Ilayangudi Maran Charitam is depicted. So Ilayangudi Maran was basically an uh, who had decided to offer food to the devotees, and while doing so, he had exhausted all his wealth. One day, Shiva comes in the form of a thing and an ascetic and asks for him. It's raining in the night, so he goes to the field he had just sown, okay, for the next harvest. So he goes and collects the rice or the paddy that he had sown and brings. So that is what is shown on the extreme right, to your right, okay, of the panel. He collecting the rice, okay, and giving it to the wife. Then the wife cooks everything and prepares and serves the meal to Shiva. That is the middle part of the panel. The last is Shiva appearing along with Parvati, okay, in vessel. So where is the symbol here? Okay, we are talking about symbols. What is the symbol? You see that there are three flames of fire shown on the top of Shiva, okay, seated as an ascetic. Okay, so in the narrative, you will see that Shiva appears as a flash of light and disappears as a flash of light in front of Singh. So how do you show that? So that is how they use these three balls or the flames of fire to do that. This is the Mahabalipuram uh, Arjuna's penance. So what is the symbol there? This is the Pashupata Astra. So Shiva is blessing Arjuna with Pashupata Astra. Now, normally Astras are divine weapons which are empowered by the mantra. They are physical as well as they are sonic in nature. Okay, so you cannot show sonic and all those things in a panel. So you need to depict that in a as a persona. All right. So there are almost 143 elements in that entire panel. Okay, all the Shivaganas, okay, the dwarfs, okay, they will look very similar, short, no, with stout features, okay, with a protruding belly, holding either weapons or musical instruments. All right, only one will be shown. You see here with a tiger painting. So this is the tiger belly. Okay, I don't know how many of you even remember. There was a song Balle Laka in Shivaji movie. All right, so you can imagine. All right, so this is the tiger belly figure, and he is right next to the Varada Hasta. So this is the mark of Varada, giving boon. So this is actually the Ayudha Purusha, okay, depicted. This is the Ayudha. This is the Pashupatastra Ayudha, okay, which Shiva is giving. That is why he has been marked, okay, to look different from all the other Ganas in the entire panel. No other Gana in the panel will have the tiger belly. Only this fellow. Because he is not any other Gana. He is the Ayudha Purusha who is being given by Shiva to Arjuna. Okay, and our sculptors were very, very imaginative, and they liked, uh, uh, I said, they had a very high sense of comic sense also. Okay, so you see that this is actually, if you stand, it will be somewhere at a height of 16 to 17 feet from the ground, and below that, so he actually, it will be somewhere here. So below that, you see a cat is trying to imitate Arjuna. Okay, the way he is performing the penance, the cat is trying to imitate. This is not necessary. It is not adding. It's just adding to the fun element to the entire thing. And the sculptor did not stop with the cat. There is also a rat which is doing something similar to it. Okay, so these are some hidden things that the sculptors added to the large panels. This is from Sitannavasan. Okay, a painting from the Jain caves of Sitannavasan from the Pudukkottai district. Very beautiful. So the point that I wanted to show is the way that at times, when though we say that resemblance is not something stressed upon, but resemblance was also given equal importance. You see that the Jain monks are plucking lotuses and lilies. Okay, from the thing. The close up, I'm sorry, I don't have a much high resolution image here. So you see that the lotus and the lily, the differentiation between the lotus and a lily in a painting is, in this painting is shown the way that the stalks are there. You must have all observed that the lotus have kind of a thorny, not thorny, but rough stalk, whereas the lily stalk, okay, is very, very plain and smooth. So the entire this thing, wherever it is the lotus, you would have shown some kind of an aberrated stalk and very glossy stalk for the lilies. And this is considered to be the reactions of various birds and animals when the human interferes. Okay, a pond. So he's come to a pond to pluck. There are so many. There is a water geese. Okay, there is a fish. Okay, there is an elephant, and there are almost like 18 birds and animals depicted within this larger painting. So it's an no, it's an reaction, okay, to an human intervention that the painter captures. I'm just coming towards the end. So this was about the symbols. Coming to the last portion, which is the epics. So the narratives that they build. See, the identity of the epics, okay, was something that was in the adoption, okay, of these elements. Say, for example, I have just given two. In the Kotrabaina and Ramela tale, okay, which is very popular amongst the Gaur tribes, okay, who inhabit the western Orissa, you'll find a very, very similar story of like Ramayana, okay, but locally adapted, okay, which is locally adapted, okay. So Ramayana, okay, is adapted locally and is part and parcel of the tribal culture. So this is one example. Another example is the Baiga tribe. Okay, once again from the Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand region. So here they have the tale, but there is an interesting this thing that because of the kind of respect that the tribes okay, and the kind of the way that fidelity and family dynamics is there in the thing. It is not Sita who will undergo the chastity test. It will be the Lakshmana who will undergo the chastity test. Okay, so that is the uh, change that they introduce within this tale, which is current within the Vega tribe. And our own Tamil Nadu version of Mahabharata, it is in the northern districts of Tamil Nadu, that especially Tindivanam, Viluppuram, Tirunnamalai districts, during the April, okay, March, April months, there is something called Duryodhanan Paduganam. Okay, this is organized. It is a reenactment of the 18-day Mahabharata war. And for that, they would, you will actually have a monumental bas relief of Duryodhana. Periyandavar is how Duryodhana is referred to. Okay, so you have Duryodhana, okay, there, and even the right thigh will be marked red to show that he has been hit by Bhima using the Gada there. Just to show you this thing, though, this is how huge the entire Padikalam looks. So around this particular, so this is the area will be marked, okay, and performances will be there throughout, reenactment, okay, of various elements of Mahabharata, the storytelling and all that. So especially in the Tondai Nadu, the northern districts of Tamil Nadu, Mahabharata was made very, very popular by the Pallava rulers. Okay, they had constructed a lot of inscriptional records says that they constructed a lot of Mahabharata Mandapangal. Okay, many places from where Mahabharata was read, and the story and the message of the Mahabharata conveyed to the people. All these are actually a cultural continuity to the thing, and you would see a lot of Draupadi Amman shrines also more concentrated in the northern districts than when you go across the Kaveri. Okay, so all that is the cultural transmission of these epics, which keeps the society bound, which keeps sending the message, okay, of the original epics to the society in its multiple forms. So I hope you found this interesting, and I'm open for any questions if you have. I really thank the authorities for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening session on epics in expression, symbol, and identity in Indian art forms. You have shown us how the great epics are not merely ancient stories but living traditions, repositories of knowledge, symbolic frameworks, and cultural continuity that continue to shape our identity. Your explanation of the concept of Pratima Lakshana, where outer form, inner symbolism, spiritual essence, and ritual context come together, beautifully revealed the depth of our artistic heritage. We could clearly see how the aesthetic dimension of Indian design rests on harmony, emotional resonance, and symbolic richness, creating unified compositions that appeal to both the senses and the soul. Um, Moreover, your demonstration on how to look for cues in sculpture, seeing in each hand gesture, object, and carved detail a signpost to meaning, has given us a practical way to engage with our heritage, encouraging us to move beyond passive viewing to active interpretation. Um, we deeply appreciate the clarity, scholarship, and passion with which you brought these ideas to life for us today, leaving us with a renewed understanding of how Indian art forms embody, express, and um, sustain our cultural identity. So now we will open the floor for questions from the audience. I kindly request you to address them, sir. Thank you.
Yes, so now we open the floor for the question and answer session. I think we already have one question. I request the participant to ask the question to sir so that sir can answer. Yes.
Good evening, sir. Myself Karthikeyan. This question is from one of the fellow research scholars who is working on rasa theory for her research. So I'm just reading out her question. So she's having that, for example, in Vekkaliamman Koil and Samaipuram Tiruchi, so demonesses are often shown with exaggerated physical traits, while women depicted within social or divine norms are rendered with symmetrical features and refined ornamentation. So, what is the reason for this stark visual contrast in iconographic tradition? So, doesn't these visual codes fixate certain rasas like Vibhasta for demons and Shanta for other, and indirectly influence the viewpoint of the observers?
Okay, thank you. That's actually a very insightful question. I will refer to a part of this conversation that we were having. That the essence, while depicting any form, was not the physical similarity, but what is the message that is being driven through that depiction of the form. So the exaggerated figures that we are referring, okay, be in the context of the demonesses in the temples, that sculptures that is being quoted as an reference. All these, okay, it is we need to look into the idea, it's not just that the bibhatsa is the point. Bhayanaka can also be, a sense of terror or terrific is also something that can be driven by exaggerated forms. At the same time, anything which is out of ordinary can also produce comic sense, right? The dwarfs, for example, that I showed. There are multiple dwarfs, especially if you look into the Kailashanatha temple, Kanchipuram panels. The dwarfs, you'll find them in all kind of merry mood thing. And it is once again, they are exaggerated features that brings out. So rasa is basically what the sculpture wants to drive. So the form is merely a medium that he uses. So it's not just the features, but how he sets the features in the entire context that will drive the message.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. There is an appreciation note for you in the chat box.
Thank you so much. I just said that.
Yes. Thank you. So I have this one question because I was really fascinated by this retelling of Ramayana where this Lakshmana gives the chastity test. And we also know that there are so many retellings of Ramayana, Mahabharata, and also there are popular novels coming up where Ravana becomes the hero and Duryodhana becomes the hero. So my first question is a quick question. How do you look at it? And my second question is, do you think that in future, this kind of a retelling will also have its place in architecture as well? Because the people, the way they perceive things and perceive characters, it will also change over a period of time. And just we are a little bit greedy to get all the information from you. So just one last question. That, sir, is it possible that one symbol can be misunderstood over a period of time? And can you please give us any example that we have in India? Yes, thank you.
So yeah, very good questions, basically. So regarding the Ramayana retellings, probably that one text that I know that has not less than 50 to 55 variants. When we speak of variants, it would definitely have a shade different, a shade of meaning different from the previous version. Or else it's not a version at all. Okay, it's a recreation of the old. And this is across India. Now, not just that, in Southeast Asia, you will find one Thai Ramayana, there is a Burmese Ramayana, there is a Thai Ramayana, Canadian Ramayana, there is a Ceylonese Ramayana, is there. There is a Balinese Ramayana. And these Ramayanas, for example, if you take the Ramakyan, which is the Thai version of the Ramayana, Hanuman is married. Okay. And Hanuman is a very prominent figure there. Okay. He is as important as Rama is in the entire legend. They have their own Ayutthaya, okay, which is Ayodhya. So for them, the Ramayana actually happened there. It has nothing to do with the Indian subcontinent. Okay. So these multiple versions of Ramayana or even Mahabharata, like for example, you said that current novels, we have this trend of Ravana being shown as a hero or Duryodhana being shown as a hero. I will give you an instance almost 2300 years before where Duryodhana is not a villain. Okay, there is a small difference in what you said and what I said. There is a drama by Bhasa. Okay, it's an mono act play and more of a soliloquy by Duryodhana, who is actually fallen. See, basically, the Duryodhana Padukalam is basically a kind of a retelling of that particular drama of Basa. So he is reflecting about his actions. And you will find a very deep sense of maturity in thinking and speech and reaction of Duryodhana, okay, on that stage. Very different from the Duryodhana that we have seen in the narrative. And justification of certain characters were also done. But at the same time, a care was taken that the larger, I will not say even the larger, the core essence was not diluted there. The core essence is to establish, I will not even say the right over the wrong, okay, dharma versus the adharma kind of thing, because these were not some absolutes. There is always a gray area that was identified between the two. But it was basically the message that you need to take away from any text or any art form is something that needs to add positivity to your life. Now, how you are going to package this message? Are you going to package this message in or from the protagonist point of view or from the antagonist point of view? It doesn't matter. As long as you take home the sense of or the message of positivity. So this was the final goal. So to be honest, we didn't encourage dark cinema genre. Okay, so that was and the last part of your this thing, were there some symbols which were meant something else and misunderstood something else? Like the symbols being read requires, like I said, the cultural context. Okay, if you do not see the symbol with the cultural lens, you are definitely going to end up interpreting or misinterpreting that particular symbol. I will not even say symbol, the message. You are going to misinterpret the message. Okay, I'll tell you one classic example, often quoted ad nauseum, this thing, of the erotic sculptures found in the temples. Okay, now what is it? The messaging, you know where these sculptures will be? The sculptures will be facing the world. As you are entering the doorstep, okay, the main entrance of the temple, it will be facing out. Okay, and the moment, like I said, there is a, don't have time, but there is a systematic way in which the entire passage within the temple, all the way up to the Garbhagriha, is symbolically designed and structured. Right? So you leave the world behind and you enter the core. That is the message. If you have to show the world, you have to show the world as it is, right? You cannot show the world as you want others to see. So they showed the world as it is. But now, no, it is the kind of messaging that goes because of. So, and so what is the problem? The problem is you are viewing them from a Victorian sense of morality. Okay, Victorian sense of morality is only 1800s product. And you are viewing a product that was created almost 1,000 years before that. So how unfair it would be. So plenty examples. This is just one.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, because we were talking about these temples, and I'm from Odisha, so you know Konark Temple. So as you gave the example, thank you so much, because we keep on hearing so many misinterpretations of the temple and the sculpture. So thank you so much, and I would like to show my gratitude on the behalf of our department for your enriching words full of knowledge and information, sir. Thank you so much.
We sincerely thank all our participants for sharing such thoughtful and engaging questions, which have enriched today's discussion. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to Sir for addressing the questions with such depth, clarity, and insight. Your willingness to share knowledge and perspectives has greatly enhanced our understanding. With that, we conclude our Q&A session. And before we conclude today, just a quick reminder about tomorrow's schedule. Session 1 will be from 10 to 11:30 on the healing traditions of India with Dr. Subramanya Kumar, Associate Professor, TDU Bangalore. And session 2 will be from 2 to 3:30 p.m. on Wisdom in Stone, the meaning and relevance of temple ecosystem with Dr. Pankaj Saxena, co-founder of Brihat. We look forward to your presence in tomorrow's sessions as we continue our journey of learning and exchange. Thank you all.
Now we request all our participants to switch on their camera so that we can take a group photo.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you everyone. So this brings us to the close of day 1. Your engagement has made it truly enriching. We look forward to welcoming all of you again tomorrow on our day 2 at 8 a.m. So we all meet tomorrow. Thank you so much.